Let's get that going as well. But yeah, I had no idea how many trick-or-treaters we would have last night. I was like, we gotta have a lot of candy. We can't run out. Oof. So much left over. I think we had like... A lot of them were like groups of kids, but like 15 to 20 kids total. Hey, Mr. Smith. And I definitely had enough candy for like 40 to 50.
I trust this will suffice.
So yeah, much candy left over that I really don't need to eat. I'll find somewhere to give it to. Coming to hang out, buddy? Here. Oh, look who's here. Anything to say, bud, before we start? Such a good boy. I really appreciate you coming in here, being social. See, people like it when you come here, boy. He's just stunned. Completely stunned. Oh, he's going to sleep. Here, let's see. Just staring. Lay down. I love this. I wish he would do this every single night I stream. No! He's got to sniff around. Oh yeah, like I said, I'm setting up to Vin for a thing tomorrow, so I have slightly out of frame. So it looks nice. Piles of stuff. He's got to check it all out. He's got to sniff all these cartridges and canvases and stuff. Where did we leave off? Here. Yeah, we had done the main dungeon last time. Much shorter than the first big one we did.
Why?
Is it? It's night. Excuse me. Anyway. Okay. We gotta make sure he's not getting into stuff. We have the haunted heirloom? Yeah. We have the stuff in the capital. We need to make food. January 15. Yeah. Okay. We need to... Tomorrow, I guess, is our last day here. Unless something big pops up, we'll go do that quest in the catacombs back in the capital. But for tonight, we can just chill. We got so many. I'm excited to be finishing up this little chapter of the game and see whatever comes next. Our imagination is really close to ranking up. Everything's pretty good. Let's people watch.
Whoa.
That's always a good one. Yeah, let's watch the skyline. Gain my wisdom.
Okay.
Just sit in the rain. Become wise. Castle's been around for a long time. Grand Cathedral's practically new by comparison. You know, the more I think about it, the more Grand Cathedral feels out of place. Kind of an eyesore, isn't it? But Gargant Castle feels like it's a natural part of the landscape. Just guess it depends on how something was built and when. Do you prefer the castle or the cathedral? The castle. The castle's cool. Prefer more the classic look, huh? Does feel like the town built up around it naturally, so it all blends together.
Sure, but...
You have to put aside what happened inside. Not that the Grand Cathedral had it any better. Yeah, just ignore that.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Flames Day. Road will be cleared tomorrow.
True.
Acquired the head, we saw it, but if we're to truly gain Luis's good graces, we should endeavor to stand out even further. Even after all this, we're still a bunch of nobodies.
True.
Yeah, some altruistic deeds. That's what we're gonna go do. Before we get stuck in some more big story. Yeah, no one wants to talk either. Well, oh, Heisme would. That's tempting. But we'll be able to hang out with Heisme on the runner on the way to the next town. We won't be able to go
All right then.
do this.
Me too.
Let's go.
I imagine this isn't too big.
Speaking of,
Should we go in?
Let's do it.
Well then.
Level up a bit while we're at it.
Oh,
Oh, this thick as always. We should hurry and take care of that request.
let's.
Well, we have two, right? We need to get the heirloom as well as clear stuff out. Yeah, these are open now.
stay present and focused.
Jeez.
Hey, you found something.
What are we on? Because I need to level up Commander, right? Commander, Swordmaster, Magic Knight, Thief. Let's see, these guys
We're
seem...
safe here.
Oh yeah, these guys are mostly pretty weak. Oh yeah, these magic guys. They were fucking us up last time, but it looks like they're going to be super weak now. That makes sense. Again, I like the flashing to let you know something's going to change.
What now?
Yeah, we'll rank up Commander a bit. Stroll. Why don't you work on your mage a bit? Just to get some more spells available. Hulkenberg. Healer. And Heisme. Gunner. Cool. Let's do it. It's a lot of caskets.
We found something.
Here we go.
Monk's clogs. Okay. Also, we got this quest like way earlier, so not surprising if a lot of stuff we get won't be super helpful. We'll just have to see. Oh yeah, level 20.
Time for some close cuts.
Your training has paid off.
What is...
Charging in. Forward.
I can feel greater power within.
Oh, is it like a little like commander flag
Let's keep
is
moving.
our weapon?
Right there.
Oh, hello.
Charging in.
Oh, yeah, okay, we got to get the skulls.
There they are.
Oof. It is satisfying to come back and have these guys just be complete pushovers. And I think they actually killed us once.
Amazing.
Time for some close cuts.
Back there.
One hit.
There they are. Impressive as ever. Right there. Such skill.
Great find.
I see the end. I can feel the power coursing.
Mortar
through.
skull. Yeah,
I
Devilmeer's
don't see
super weak.
anything.
There they are.
Yeah, I tried out that
See the end. All right.
Nintendo music app
Charging in.
deal,
Right there.
which is is cool and dumb simultaneously. As a lot of things Nintendo has done recently. Like, it's nice as it is, but I just wish they would just allow their stuff to exist elsewhere. Like, why do I need a proprietary app locked behind a subscription? But it is nice to have it available. Like, I already had the subscription, so it's a nice bonus.
If it's useful, I
There they are. Time for some close call right. How's that?
right. Get it where it
And it does make the subscription, like, just even more worth it. They do have that.
See the enemy.
Their subscription is so cheap, and you get so much from it
Right there.
I knew I could count on you.
relative to, like, other subscriptions.
Nice work.
Hey, good one.
I see the enemy. There they are.
Hit him.
Now, we must strike.
But yeah, I wish I could just use
To the rear. Now,
Spotify or something and make playlists with more than just Nintendo music.
Yes.
Megiddo.
Not this. Maybe not. By this power.
Well, we got to see Megiddo. So let's turn this up a smidge.
Fall.
This is it. Still here?
Nice.
Ignite us. I shall vanquish evil.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone.
Commendable technique, everyone.
That'll do.
Good XP for
There
the
is
low
still
level
danger here.
archetypes.
I see the enemy. All right. How's that?
Nice. And that will find a use for that.
Oh, who did I miss?
There they are.
Feel greater power within.
Oh, I could use
What now?
Merchant here and just get a shit ton of money. Now that I think about it. Like an obscene amount of cash.
We found
Good
something.
find.
Broken Igniter. Yes, fine.
Really?
Right there.
Yeah, look at that.
That worked like a charm.
1,700
Keep the pressure on.
reeve.
There they are.
That worked out. Keep it up.
We will be loaded by the end of this dungeon.
Right there. Come on. All right. How's that?
Look at it.
I can feel the power coursing through me.
Speed incense. Chipped key. It's part of a key.
Right.
Bonk. Oh. Where am I? It's like a safe room up there. That's locked. But there was like the 3 different paths we could have taken.
That should
Is this
come in handy.
boss?
Pocket it.
We'll hold off on that. Let's finish exploring all we can explore first. And then I'll probably put on actual archetypes for that.
Got it.
Don't really need the rest, but I want it to get marked.
Let's go.
Resume.
Yep, we're safe here.
There they are.
Unnamed.
Scary.
Weak. Oh, is this one of the other paths we could have taken? Back here? It is. Okay. So that would have just taken us straight down to where we were. We took a weird roundabout path, and they've all repopulated? That seems nuts. Like, this is an excellent place to grind out if you really want to. There's also that whole other side back by the entrance.
Right there.
Blades at the ready.
Now, I feel like this game has shown that, like,
Time for some close combat.
going and grinding out like that isn't really going to make you overpowered. You'd have to spend so much time grinding out to actually really get over leveled.
I see the enemy.
Push through.
Right there.
Like, we get
We hit him where it hurts.
like regular enemies like this that just get stomped.
If it's useful.
But I feel like anytime we run into a boss, like a real deal boss, they're always pretty tough.
How's that?
I could count on you.
Nice.
Look at that.
Blaze Igniter. Good thing I didn't buy one of those. This feels like a trap. Bomb of life. Or not? Hello, sir.
That worked like a charm. Keep the pressure on.
It's another rest space. So generous. Again, if I had come here immediately as soon as we got it, we would have actually been fighting all these guys.
Let's go.
Considering they're all around level 20.
What now?
But we're
Wanna rest a bit?
27.
There they are.
Come on. My archetype's abilities feel stronger.
Charging in. That would be a time for some close combat.
Playing Dynasty Warriors at this point.
I see the enemy.
Very impressive.
There they are.
Yeah, nice work.
All you need is a heavy attack button.
Right there. Let's push through. Charging in.
If you see use for it, I say take it with you.
Just take it. You can always toss it later.
Or I will just keep it in my inventory until the credits roll.
Let's take it with us.
Lower half.
They have.
Oh, maybe we need the key to get in there. The boss door. I didn't even check it.
All right.
However,
Let's see.
What now?
Commander is good. But I was so excited about Magic Seeker. Oh yeah, we can get Wizard if Mage levels up too.
Commander!
Huh.
Swordmaster!
Magic Knight!
Thief!
Thief's almost maxed out too.
I don't like this.
Yeah, let's go. It can't be that bad.
What?
Oh, it's just one of you?
Wait.
I've fought some of you in that other thing.
however,
It's not gonna be that simple. Okay.
They're pretty tough. Better be careful.
They're not that tough.
You hit their weakness.
Yeah.
I will fight him all
Assault beacon. Increase it. Oh, wow. Yeah. Attack, defense, hit, evasion for all allies for 3 turns. Yes, please.
Let me help.
My thanks.
That's nuts that we got that early.
Now, what's the play? Are you prepared? Ah!
Someone get him back on his feet.
That was rough. That was pretty bad.
Stroll got knocked out. Anyone get him back on his feet.
Not this one. No, for all that we strive for.
Yeah, well, he's not going to really even be able to do anything, but that's fine. Better than him being dead.
Now accept your fate.
You hit their weakness.
It's okay. Commander,
Nice moves, Heisme.
fire!
In the name of justice. This should work.
We have so much corrosive acid. We do.
Oh, power of heroes! Fab, let justice prevail! Oh, shards of ice!
I'll use what I
I
must.
mean, he's still kind of tough, just because I can't use physical on him.
Let's stay calm. Come forth, royal soul!
I call upon royal power within. Let's try this.
You hit their weak point. Keep it up, Stroll.
Come! Breathe! They yet cling to life.
Oh, power of kings.
Nice. Weeping Blood Staff.
I'll strive for greater heights.
I wish I had focused on magic from the beginning instead of a mixed bag. Black jewel necklace.
That's... I'm heading back.
Well, we have the other path, though. Oh, and this continues? Hold on. There's more? Interesting.
Nice.
Look at that.
Prevent burn. Eh. I do like that there's accessories you can equip that just give you spells to use as long as they're equipped.
Let's stash that somewhere safe.
Oh, is this the... This is the other side. Okay, so I think we've fully explored everything. There's like one item we missed. Let's grab that real quick.
If it's useful,
Oh.
I say grab it.
Sighing soldier? Get away, you blasted corpses. Oh, wait, you're people. Don't scare me like that. You're that elder who fought at the Grand Cathedral, correct? I was nearby while you were fighting skeletons. By the way, you lot were using some amazing skills. What kind of magic is that? Well, let's not worry about that. Why are you even here? Part of the survey corps. When we get reports that there were monsters prowling around, we got dispatched, but the whole damn squad fell apart when dead bodies started showing up.
Damn.
They're much when they're alone, but if they swarm you, it's pretty dangerous. We'll stay a while longer to catch our breath, but without our captain, no way in hell we'll finish. It's all dealt with, guys.
What now?
I got 154,000 reeve from going through here. And I could do another lap if I really wanted to. Let's see.
What now?
Yep, both ready to be turned in. You go, dude. Ah, yeah. Only for you to see. I went and got what you needed to get, and I'll let you look, but no more.
I see now.
You gonna tell us why you needed those? There's this weird fad among the nobles right now, where they think placing skulls in their homes ward off disaster. That's morbid. Normal ones are no good. They have to be from a specially marked one in the mausoleum, or they'll have no effect. Noble with more money than sense demanded that I bring him skulls. Said I'd be sent to the gallows if I didn't.
Kidding.
That Noble's supposed to be a little more noble, or at the very least smarter than that. They've all been panicked. I think the whole Grand Cathedral fiasco reminded them it doesn't matter how much coin or influence you have. You can die like the rest of us. With leaders like this, I doubt anything around here is going to settle down. Anyway, thanks to you, I managed to escape with my life.
Mission accomplished.
Brigandine. Get 3,000 reeve. Dude, I got like over 100,000 from fighting.
What now?
Hero's Fruit. Increase my luck. Increase my agility.
What do you think? Understood.
I'll have to make my way back to turn in the other quest at some point.
Speaking of,
Cover the necklace of the mausoleum. All the more reason to fulfill our goals.
You heard this?
The road that got hit by the landslide will reopen tomorrow.
Feeling worn out?
Yeah, I'll probably be locked in on that, and I won't be able to turn in the quest for a bit.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
I've seen the state of the race with my own eyes, ladies,
yeah, this guy.
gents, and mad malcontents. If you wanted an update, here's your chance. So far, we've mostly seen gauntlet runner skirmishes and dueling mayhem. Now it's time for the real thing. Sounds like we've lost a few candidates already too. Poor bastards went after something too nasty for their head hunt and got themselves head hunted. We've got some candidates who have outright given up. No confidence. Can't blame them against these odds. And some others have bought and sold out of the race.
come on! That's a bit unfair, isn't it?
I suppose money's power like anything else. Military strength's not meant to decide this race anyhow.
The question is, what's our final head count going to look like? Lots of unknowns left, people, and we'll not know the truth until the exhibition. A little bird told me one of our contenders has made a bold play in Martira. They might not even come out of it with a head.
What are they scheming then? Let's hear some details.
Sorry, chums, I'm just the crier. Can't speak for any one candidate in particular. Luckily, you'll not have long to wait now. With all that said, can't help but wonder how Count Luis is taking this, can we? My sources say he's not bothered with any of this. He's still gallivanting across the land, killing humans. And yet, even without a formal entry, Luis's voter base is still growing. Bound to have His Eminence Forden grinding his teeth, that. For now, let's enjoy the show!
And again, I would never have expected this game would just turn into a tournament arc. essentially.
Right, everyone.
But I'm here for it.
Particulars packed.
All that remains is to ride to Oceania with pride in our hearts.
Watch out, Louise. You won't know what hit you. Well then, we're off to the races, what? Old Barden's given me a detailed map of the area.
Sounds like quite a journey. I hope it won't be as bumpy as last time.
Oh no, it'll be a sight smoother. But you've got wings. What are you fussing for? Oh, there it is. Should have known the fatigue would hit eventually. About time I got some sleep. Heis, mate. Why are you on my bed? You're positively miniature, man. There are plenty of other places fit for you to sleep.
Yes. Splendid. Just magnificent.
What is he dreaming about?
I hope you've no designs on taking my bed. I have cut men down for less.
With friends like these.
Now then.
Next is Port Brilehaven, capital of the Principality of Oceania. If we punch it south of Martira, we'll make it in 3 nights, 4 days. Yeah, the auto is too fast when it's not voice acted, I feel. Ooh.
Whoa!
Hold on.
Is that... It's, Katharina's?
Hold on.
Stormy.
Here's where we are
Okay.
now.
Fancy. Are we gonna boat it?
Oh, hey!
What sort of place is Port Brilehaven? Large city of prosperous commerce, due in no small part to its oceanside proximity. Envision droves of people will pour in for the exhibition. All the people delayed by the landslide might still be showing up. Keep an eye on the road. Okay, Norris.
Tally-ho, then.
Leaving behind the old castle town stricken by tragedy, the Gauntlet Runner sets off toward the exhibition of the brave. Their destination, Port Brilehaven, capital of the Principality of Oceania. A world unknown to them. What will they accomplish? Acclaim? Or...
This will burn through some days.
Can you hear me?
Norris's voice is echoing out of the runner phone. Hurting for things to do. Hop on over to the lounge. I fixed the plant culture chamber so we can grow seeds. We can garden. Thanks to the magic of the igniter, the crops will be ready for harvest the next day.
What to pick?
3 days until we reach Brilehaven.
Look at that.
It's supposed to be Stroll's bed. Appears Heisme is sleeping comfortably on it. Yeah, if you just want to do nothing. Oh, yes, great vegetables. Where can I get these great vegetables? Ah. There's some seeds.
Isn't that...
Curious fruit. Oh. I heard these are really rare, and adventurers have been taking them home for ages, trying to follow the footsteps of heroes. We have some seeds, why not plant them? Oh, it does take time. Hold on. It does take time. But hero's fruit is just free XP. That's not bad. Need more rock beans to make bread. I mean, I could use some stat up stuff. Yeah, courage. Courage seems the hardest to actually get stuff for. It mostly just comes from side quests, like doing bounties.
Now then. Got it.
Tip of the blade's more effective when facing off against armored opponents. Pierce gaps in armor rather than slashing.
That being the case.
That all said, what's the most important quality of the sword for that manner of attack? The lightness of the blade? It's important, yes, but the key is keeping the point thin and sharp. Father always said that, and I always think of it when doing sword maintenance.
All right.
For nobles, a sword is ornamental. Still, my father emphasized the importance of practical use. Indeed, as a child, I was lost around a sword. Learning those lessons back then is how I can fight alongside you today. Constantly reminded of how indebted I am to my parents. Oh yeah, I need to go talk to the big face
party
rock to
sets
get
off
extra
from
mag.
Artura. As they watch the setting sun sink under the horizon, their gauntlet runner arrives in a land grown thick with trees. The wildlife retreats to safety before the sunlight fades, leaving only deafening silence. The anticipation that follows a journey's beginning swells in their hearts.
Grove Camp. I like all the different environments we're going through.
Oi.
There's a bath cask on the back deck now. Ooh. I've heard enough whining about not being able to bathe, so I whipped something up. It's not elegant, but it will do the job. No doubt it would shake too much when traveling, but should be lovely to enjoy a soak when stopped.
Taking off.
I've heard in certain regions, fruits and grasses are added into bath water to relieve exhaustion and strengthen the body. Should you encounter items, perhaps you ought to consider a purchase. We can take a bath! Not only can you acquire mag by using it, but you can add various bath salts to improve abilities.
The breeze feels nice.
But
3 more days on the road. Rank 981.
All right then.
Oh yeah, and you can just warp around if you want to. That's right, we can do laundry as well. What is the
Let's head there right away.
broom? I don't think I ever looked at that.
come on.
Weird tool is actually a cleaning at night nurse modified to create wind that collects dust. All the lifting and bending over is sure to strengthen your legs. My max HP. Ah, okay. Gain HP by vacuuming.
All right then.
Fair enough.
Let's go.
There's a lot just in the runner. It's kind of a small town on its own.
All right then.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's try the bath. Bath cask.
Hey there. Yep.
Usually soaking here will relieve fatigue and anxiety in my mind and body. Sure. Actually, I'm not stinky. Oh, you can take a bath for other reasons. I bathe. It's a bath with fleeting fountain of youth in it. Sweet fragrance envelops me, so I'd broken free to frolic through a flower-filled meadow. I feel like both my body and my heart have gotten lighter. Agility increased by 2. I mean, that's not bad. If you aren't going to actively try to bump up social stats.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
If I could get some that were actively like magic or strength up baths, that'd be super worth it.
That reminds me.
We'll arrive in the Ocean City the day after tomorrow. Haizme, you've erected a tent up above, haven't you? Do take care that you don't get carried off by the wind. Suppose caution is warranted. Worst case scenario, you've got wings. You could just fly back to us, no? Why did you hear that Yugif are capable of flight? Hate to disappoint, but they're rather more for gliding. Two days. We've really gotten used to all the traveling, don't you think? Let's see, I guess we could work on more stat up. I think I finished all the books we had. Let me double check, though. There are more books now. Ooh, perhaps Haizme added some to the collection. Okay. Bygone days, why not? Methodically precise handwriting leads me to believe this is Haizme's. Appears to be a record of his life with his son. Oh. He left it here. I think that means it's okay to read. Yeah, let's read. That seems kinda important. Though sparse and objective, the words still manage to vividly depict the endearing qualities of a small child. He writes of the day his son took his first steps, his first words, and the time his son nearly ripped his ears off climbing all over him. Of worrying about his son not eating his vegetables, of his son refusing to stop crying at night, of being so exhausted he'd fall asleep in places without realizing it. I see, being a parent brought him lots of struggles, but even more than that, it brought him joy. Still more left to read.
Nura speaking.
Something on the radar.
The city ruins come to view.
Ooh.
This place once
city
flourished
ruins?
through the excavation of magla crystals by migrant workers. The work was hard, but the miners were hardy and spirited, and the promise of riches lured many here. In its time, it may have rivaled Brylehaven. However, the promise of strong magla drew forth the humans. As tragedies climbed, it became a ghost town. Now only the threatening glimmer of the crystals remain. And with the promise of abandoned riches followed the thieves. For some reason, though, they all seem to scurry home empty-handed, gripped by fear.
Whoa.
This is...
Truly a harrowing sight. Look at all those crystals. They just spring up through the city. Simply coming here is enough to wound the soul. A chill settles into my very bones as I consider what could have occurred. There's a lot of things we've run across that are just like some catastrophic event happened at some point, and now it's just uninhabitable. We've seen this. We saw the giant, like, Goliath, like, worm carcass, like, shell, whatever, on the Sea of Glass. Oh.
No.
You alright?
Okay? Right.
Sorry to cause any concern. Now doubt about it, this is the work of a human. Scars left upon this place differ from the traces left by monster attacks or acts of war. I don't know if the Magla crystals are what attracted the humans here, or if the attack caused them. My hometown will eventually... I'll make no assumptions about what runs through your mind, but I would ask you to recall a time when we cut down the human at the castle and saved all those lives
That's
within.
why.
Don't allow your thoughts to dwell on negativity. The day will come when both this place and your homeland will flourish again.
Yeah.
Feel like coming face to face with the cruel decline of the village has deepened my wisdom in some way.
All right.
Oh, so close.
Hey!
So,
Let's put this place behind us.
Here.
A drawing. Picture will bring viewers no joy, but it is important to document. I'll take the drawing with me and ensure I never forget what happened here.
As the sun sinks below the horizon, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a land dense with trees. The glow of the Gauntlet Runner pierces the dark.
It's a really cool way to kind of
enveloping them in its light.
develop the world, is the fact that the game is like a road trip movie type deal, and you're just seeing the sights as you go. Learning about things alongside the characters. Day after tomorrow, we'll be in a real maritime city. But we'll be able to see the ocean soon. First time for both of us. City ruins. Dense as the Bogla was, it attracted monsters and humans. Workers fled for their lives, leaving the city empty and ragged. There are occasional hopefuls who still risk expeditions. Some imagination.
Ah, it's you.
Yeah. Calling the past and planning for the future.
Good grief.
Time to bid farewell to Martira, is it? Can't help but feel a connection to that place. The village from which I originally hailed is not far from Martira. The air there agrees with my skin more than Grentrad's. It is nice and quiet. On that subject in particular, we're in full agreement. Speaking of which, where's your hometown? I've heard before that you received this mission from the hidden village where His Highness the Prince resides. My apologies, I didn't mean to ask with such carelessness. Your tribe faces even harsher prejudices than the Yugif. I'll not pry if you'd rather not discuss. There are none alive who wouldn't want to forget certain aspects of their pasts, myself included. But if that is truly the case, perhaps it is not one's past that defines their character, but what they do in the present and the future. If we all face the future together, then perhaps someday we could find ourselves living in a world resembling the one from the novel you carry.
Now then.
Hey! I am visionary.
imagination.
True sovereignty is thy aspiration. Furnish thyself with creativity to bring the ideal world from thy thoughts to fruition. Conqueror needs precious kindling, with which a follower's passions may be inflamed. That I have such an opportunity to converse. If a good night's rest evades you, then I'll keep you company in its stead. Yeah, I guess you are nocturnal.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
And Heisme quickly cemented as possibly my favorite member of the crew. upon joining. Seawater? The air feels a lot more clammy. I assume that's what it was. Put the forest behind us at long last. It must mean we've already ventured beyond where that cliff collapsed, barring passage.
I see.
Scene was fixed without a trace of its ruin. Speaking of ruin, Norris, do remember that we're relying on you for safe passage? Tomorrow we should be able to see the ocean.
Reminds me.
Norris said the waters around Browhaven are kinda strange. I wonder what he meant by that. I just realized how funky these seats are. They're like movie theater like seats you push down, but with no back. For what purpose?
All right then.
Oh. Oh!
Well met.
I do love weird fictional board games. Abstract game of military tactics. Yes, absolutely.
All right. If so,
If that's how you plan to make your advance, then. I can't make any more moves. That's the match. Quite a bit from that match. I believe we would both benefit from continued practice. Game affords me the opportunity to visualize strategies all on my own. What if an enemy came at me from such an angle? How would I retaliate? So on and so forth.
I'd say
Once failed in my duty to protect His Highness the Prince. At that time I was but a novice, a new addition to the Royal Guard. Lacked the experience needed to properly assume the
why.
role. Tis for that reason I now train both body and mind thoroughly. It's impressive.
no.
Perhaps, but it would be more accurate to say that I'm trying to attain perfection rather than implying I already achieved it. That said, it is quite the pleasure to speak so freely. I find comfort in knowing that I may share my feelings with a compatriot. If we find success in this endeavor and create a country where we can all live equally, I hope to serve as a knight captain, passing down what knowledge I can. Speak not just of tactics, but all my experiences on this journey. Victories and failures, too. Doing so, I would see the Royal Guards elevated to new heights. I hope.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yes.
Should a starry-eyed wish come true, I shall tell them much of you, our captain. Such a position is certainly not one most could adapt to, much less succeed in, given the circumstances. I must say, you wear the role well. It's hard to believe. It's your first foray into such responsibility. Perhaps it's natural talent. Though to call it talent is a disservice. No, whatever higher calling you have, I can only be as I am now because of you. It's an honor.
True.
It was you and Gallica that set the cogs of this journey in motion. I think there's some significance to you being the captain, in my humble opinion. You have my gratitude. After crossing proverbial swords with you, I feel that I am one step closer to realizing my dream.
Now then.
Nice. Knowledgeable! Thanks, Hulkenberg.
Wisdom.
I can feel my brain growing.
Why, that's... All right.
Hulkenberg and I dulled on the board for a while. Dueled. Yes.
Gauntlet runner sighted!
Again? I've got a short fuse, you know. Now she's done it.
Come on, then.
They're coming on board at the other end. We have to accept their challenge. Peril.
It's you! So we meet again! Maybe you got the better of me last time, but you're about to get some payback.
Give me a break, lady. Ever heard of learning from your mistakes?
Sorry, but
Are we going to
don't
rank
lose
up
either.
her
Ooh,
bond
big
every
talk.
time by just
Well, I'm willing to rewrite
dueling?
my record if that's what it takes to be queen. My people are suffering as we speak. Who's gonna save the Parapus if I don't give it all I've got? I promised them all I'd become queen. You're all decent people, got nothing against you, but I'm not holding back.
Try a bit of this! Let's have a spot of inventive ingenuity.
jeez.
Looks like you've gotten stronger. So have we.
All right.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Oh, power of kings! Ha! Die!
Bonk.
Heisman's a real ace.
Let's set it up. Show them our might. Here.
Quite a boon.
Thank you.
Lucky candy.
Full as ever. In the name of justice, Swordmaster, I'll cut you down.
I stand
really good.
come. As the point of a sword.
That's nothing. Why are you so strong, damn you?
I'm sorry.
Is where the real fight begins. Get ready to get stomped. You'll feel this one.
Ooh, that's a lot of hits.
Dodged it.
Nice one, Captain.
Hidden arm! Slash!
The battle hit.
Try this. That's nothing.
That's not what I meant, but that's fine.
Is a magic knight. May yet cling to life.
This is a joke.
Meditation. Oh, 300. That's nothing.
Right on, talking bird. Like poetry in motion.
Let's say commander. Bird.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Tougher than I thought.
Let us fight as
Coordination is key.
one. Roar with royal might.
To be fair, Jesus, it is 4v1.
Why? Why? I trained so much for this. This isn't supposed to happen.
It's a con.
A halfway decent result.
I shall strive to use this power once.
Excellent. I've grown more powerful.
806.
I've lost.
If I could just beat you, I'd ask you to join me. That power of yours really is something. Don't rest easy, because I will win next time. Katharina, cheer up.
Yeah.
I saw your runner and I followed you. You're as tough as they say. Eudorus? Pardon me, I know perfectly well you're the great Katharina Gran. Everyone knows. In fact, all their hopes are pinned on you.
Oh,
These people migrating to find work? Even though it might kill them in the end? What other options do parapists like them have? Might be dangerous, but you gotta break some eggs to make an omelet. Eudorcus, take this and see if you can't stop everyone from leaving for now.
Hey.
Good news, you lot. Katharina's made a generous donation.
Listen to me.
No times of trying, but this kind of work ain't the answer. You can just hold a little longer. I swear I'm gonna set things right.
Well then.
Believe in you, Katharina. I earned that money slaying a monster a few days ago. It's meant to be the start of my royal campaign fund. Small price to pay for helping my people. But it'll last them a few weeks at most. And they'll be heading out to find work again in no time. Just can't fathom dying to earn a living. The fat cats are all too happy with the Parapus. Take them up on it.
Make it happen.
When I'm in charge, first thing I'm gonna do is offer bounties on their bloody heads. Squeeze the straw, so I'll squeeze them right back. Is money the answer? Will handing out money like this make it better? Got no clue myself, but I had to try something. Even now, tons of people aren't gonna survive, and I can't tell people who aren't eating today to wait till tomorrow. It's just lucky I had the strength to push through. Most people don't have that kind of strength. They need someone to provide it for them.
Why.
You should know better than most. Those who can gotta take action. If they don't, nothing in this bloody world's gonna change. It'll stay rotten as it is. So many say there's nothing to be done, but they only say that because the Parapus are right where they want them, beneath everyone else.
That ain't right.
They couldn't have Parapus start doing well for themselves. That would shake up the shoddy ground they're standing on.
Sure.
We can change things. That's what I plan on doing. With anyone able to take the throne, now's the time to do it. Which means I can't just hand it to you either. Much obliged. Maybe enemies, but I like having these talks. Not as powerful as I need to be, but still I've reached out to the recruitment center. We should be seeing bigger rewards from bounties. Gotta keep taking these monsters down. Beat this world into peace together. I feel Katharina's indignation towards the world's absurdities, as well as her deep faith in me.
She.
Ooh.
Now. A new power. I'm not letting anyone die.
Pugilist. And bounty rewards are higher. Okay. Definitely would have worked towards that.
As the shadows are stretched to their limits before darkness takes them, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a balmy wetland. Nocturnal creatures who lay dormant beneath the fens in the light rise to seek out their prey. Meanwhile, the party rests their weary souls, fatigued by the long journey, under the protection of the Gauntlet Runner.
The 19th. Muddy Camp. Be arriving tomorrow. Looking forward to see what kind of place Brawlhaven is. Well, hopefully it's better than the last two places we've been to, but I doubt it.
Oh, dash it.
Quite a relief. The nightmare of Martyr is finally behind us. The core problem might be resolved, but I imagine the trauma is going to linger. People are scary. Intriguing's more the word I'd use. Sounds just like you. No more haunting, tragic atrocities in the immediate horizon. Let's hopefully it's all downhill from here. Imagination. I did rank that up. So It'd be good to put some into eloquence, tolerance, or courage to get them to 3 as well.
All right then. Let's go.
Try to keep them all even. Let's put some more time into this. Though sparse and objective, the words still manage to vividly depict endearing qualities of a small child. Entry describes Haizme and his son running through fields together on a beautiful sunny day. You could almost hear their carefree cries of laughter. At one point, Haizme loses sight of his son, only to find he'd climbed a tall tree. Haizme, mortified, until the boy nimbly jumps down, just as his father would have. Being a parent brought him struggles.
All right.
I do like having everything so on top of each other in the Gauntlet Runner.
Time marches on.
Just taking it all with you.
The new king draws nearer.
Hello?
Just zonked out.
Mr. Captain? Rise and shine, what? Almost there.
Brylehaven. It's been a while.
You've been before.
My parents took me once when I was a boy. I remember the day we arrived, and waking up to the smell of the ocean. The place was crowded beyond belief. Everything was so different from our hometown in the countryside.
I felt much the same when I reached the royal capital. Quite a sight compared to my little village, with naught but fields and mountains.
To be sure. And where are you from, Hulkenberg?
You cannot guess? Surely Montario in the east. Why, the Hulkenbergs are one of that nation's most prominent aristocratic houses, if not foremost among them.
You don't say.
Well, yes. Though I've no close relationship with my parents. I've hardly seen them since I left home.
I see. Suppose we've all come a long way, haven't we?
Seems we'll make it to the exhibition just in time.
With a master at the helm, you were bound to, eh?
I really hope Joanna shows up.
We resolved to trust her. So we simply watch and wait.
Right. Everyone set and steady? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
You're gonna meet our next party member in this town?
Jewel, Port Brylehaven.
Port Brylehaven, capital of the Principality of Oceania, the western annexed state of Uchronia. A vivacious city, Brylehaven is port of call to ships of both trade and war, bustling with hardy sailors. From the natural wonders caused by Magla to the Colosseum's contests of strength, people flock to see the marvels of a city that never sleeps. The sea guides the Gauntlet Runner into the city, alongside a warm, salty breeze.
It's the ocean!
What is that orb?
There's water all the way to the horizon! It's kind of like the capital, but totally different!
Yes. The City of Water, Brylehaven.
They're in the air too? Oh, you.
Sancta Cadeau, you've brought us quite a magnificent head. How do you think it'll stack up against your competitors?
With the warrior monks at my side, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. But I won't presume to know the rankings. I humbly leave it in God's hands.
Lineup's a bit conventional for my taste so far. Oh, here comes our mysterious little underdog now. Stir things up a bit here, will you?
I do like Batlin as our announcer, just following along the whole way. Are we the only 4?
Would you look at these spectacular gauntlet runners? They must all be worthy of kings.
Looks like Luis is still the only one with a sky runner, though.
No. I'm sure those blasted clergymen have some mechanism for it too. The Sanctus Church funded the Skyrunners to begin with. If you can call that flying, of course. All just piffling about with levitation magic. Only a passing acquaintanceship to real aerodynamics. Birds have never needed magic to fly. Just the mechanical ingenuity of the feathered wing. That's the kind of breakthrough I'd like to make. You'll see, eh? One day, I'll make those wings reality, and we'll soar like birds.
Damn. Nah, I'm looking forward to it.
Good. I'll have you run in the sky with me. Mark my words.
If it isn't the pretentious little gallant and his cronies. If it isn't the walking headache. Well. No head to be seen. Weren't you talking big about chasing down that Heisme?
Hi, that's me. I'm Heisme. He's right there.
Me, yes?
You're the man. This is a joke, is it? He's your great and terrible bounty. You know there's still time to drop out before you humiliate yourself in front of the masses.
Say what you wish. He is one of us. Tis not his head we are offering.
Truly? You're allied with a wanted criminal? Are you all mad? Oh, your public humiliation will be quite a sight. Come, Hector.
And that was?
Purple claws on his dog. It's got a match.
We don't exactly see eye to eye.
Very important.
Damn parking spaces left. Well, let's look for somewhere a bit less unpleasantly populated.
Tomorrow is finally the exhibition to present all the heads. I really hope Joanna shows up.
You needn't all sleep here tonight, you know? I can stay and wait for the cavalry. Got to give the old girl a tune-up anyway, don't I?
Tis much appreciated. In that case, we should look for an inn about the city. And we must sample the local delights. They've far better seafood than in the capital.
Ooh. Can't wait.
To stop for rest, surrounded by fine food, is an uncommon blessing.
If you're sure, Nearest, then we'll leave it to you. Me, I long for a proper bed.
So be it. Let's find ourselves some lodging.
Really?
Came all this way to a big city. I think we deserve a real inn. Brylehaven. Let's do a quick save. Okay, I always forget you can do this.
Let's not.
What? Oh.
All right, then.
Okay. Wary shopkeep. Medicinal herbs. Yeah, I mean, I'll take one. Yeah, I have 0. Here you go, dude.
Hey.
A little strange. The shop only sells 1 item. Seems as if there's some secret to this store.
Proper ace.
Oh, God. Gone clammy all over in this city, I have.
Anything else back here? It's a bunch of nothing.
All right, then.
Fuss fuss. Unidentified corpse. Oh,
It's terrible.
that's rough. Ooh. Gold beetle.
Ridiculous.
Stop that at once!
Oh, God.
Yeah?
Let's see.
All right, then.
Hey, mister!
I'll explore more if it lets me.
Stop that at once!
You little bastard, you.
Apoplectic. Out of my front bloody step. Can't reason with these lunatics. What the hell made you bastards like this? I thought Brilhaven a nicer town than this. Think about corpses and whatever hell these bastards are. Is that a fish? Oh, it's a bird. Just overwhelming lack of empathy from the townsfolk. Man looking skyward. The king's own face, all the way out here in Brilhaven. Did he take his whole bloody palace with him? Oh, he moved. I didn't realize.
Say,
Stop! Hello,
stop that at once!
Another gold beetle. Yeah, he's just hanging out over here. He can fly around.
hello.
I guess he is supposed to be watching over the whole thing.
My money's on
All right,
Santa
then.
Fe's fortune.
Hey, mister!
Proper ace.
Say,
Ridiculous.
My money's on Santa Fe. Maybe there'll be a
All
big
right now.
upset.
What do we got over here? New town. Gotta explore.
Got a bargain today.
We've got salt. I'll take a good chunk of salt. Some fruit cordials. Pristine clear water.
Now then.
Sell all my garbage.
Real cheap.
Got tuna. It's off also Idol's Day. Is that
You there.
another fairy?
ugh!
Indignant fairy? But all those yummy looking things yourself isn't fair. Said the exact same thing last time. Already given you plenty. Now shoo. Just like that, they were gone. Just no understanding fairies. If people think all fairies are like that, I might be in trouble. Ready to win? Side with Jin. Need a hand? Jin's your man. Practically stole our idea. Helping people isn't a joke. Let's show them how it's meant to be done.
Greetings.
Clothing and unusual accessories. Rider's anklet. No, I'm good. If that's all you got. Peek in here.
Hey,
Oh yeah, appraisal too. I keep forgetting appraisal in the church for like purification is a thing. We have so much. Frost igniter. Silver headgear. Sailor sword. Rod. Zweihander. Guillotine blade. Ooh. Increases damage against giant monsters. Yeah, we're going to take that.
Ooh.
Halberd. Fishing harpoon. Automatically increase attack stat at the start of combat. That's also really good.
Indeed.
Good thing I have all that money. That's plus 85? Jeez.
Yeah.
That's so much.
That's fine.
Now then. Now then.
Anything I have extra of, I'll sell.
Now then.
Get rid of duplicates.
Now then. Now then.
Okay. Oops,
All right,
wrong
then.
button.
Young man, young man.
Yeah, I haven't been getting much armor.
We've a sale going on.
It's the day to do it. Naval armor. Whew. Maximilian armor. Plus 5 endurance. Small HP recovery every turn. This seems really good. Oh, you only have one of each of these. Okay.
Good.
That'll go to Hulkenberg. The healing one
Yeah.
to you. And I'm broke. Yep, good thing we did merchant for a bit in that last dungeon. So I could actually afford all this good shit. Ooh. Gold beetle.
But what is there to do now? All right then.
Oh, the big stone. Yeah, we need to go talk to that.
Oh, what a pity.
Blast this heat. What is it?
Gold beetle. There's so many gold beetles here. Oh, yeah, that's where I can sell mag for money.
Really now?
Stop!
Yeah, I just want to look at this big rock.
Hang on. What if...
Coronation rock in this city, too.
Hey,
Forden in first, Luis in second. Is it just me or is the gap widened a bit? Cadeau's back in third. I'm sure your name is going around thanks to everything you've done, so hopefully your face will join them soon. Depends on how Luis shows up from here on out. Extra 6K.
yep.
What is it? All right then.
Well met, eh?
That will take me out to there. That's cool. I like the, like, just weird stuff like that. Just floating orbs.
Really now?
It just doesn't make any sense. It's just fantastical.
Really now?
Well met, eh?
Aha.
Priggish ferryman. The wharf. Bump. What are you? Mysterious old man. Oh ho! I do believe I know your face. Aren't you the old man who was in the giant sandworm's stomach? Oh. None other. How'd you get out?
Truth be told,
Oh, I intended the worm's belly to be my final resting place, but after running into you young grubs, I long to see the outside world again. So give the worm a little poke with magic to loosen its belly. No trouble at all. Neither here nor there. Have you seen glowing beetles anywhere, have you? I have for like 25 hours, and I don't know what they do. If you have any, I'd like them.
Look at this.
Gold beetle. Arcane dragon blood? Restores the magma that surrounds your body.
What's this?
You sure you would have exchanged that for a worthless bug? But an old man with a passion for insects. Only ended up in that worm's stomach because I was too absorbed in catching specimens. Traveling all over the country. Bring me more gold beetles. If you hear their familiar chitter, give the area a quick look. Click 12, and I'll give you this venom word charm. Gold beetles you acquire can be exchanged for secret treasure by talking to the elderly entomophile. The more golden beetles you collect, the better items you get.
what now?
$13, okay.
Hey there.
You need 11 more. Okay.
Hey there.
What can I exchange them for? Okay. 11 more to get that. 13 more. On top of that for 25 total for claw breakers. At 38, we'll get a flame seal corselet. 46, you get my greatest treasure, the Dragon's Fall. If I did that many snow mall challenge. Yeah, here you go, man.
Hey there.
Venom word charm. Protects you from dragon's poison.
Maybe.
The gold beetles here have a different shine depending on the mogla where it lives. I'm solving that mystery.
Understood.
Cool.
What now?
Just little collectibles to turn in. Prevents physical status ailments. Oh, just poison, malady, everything. All stats plus 3? I feel like I'm never going to take that off. It's like Final Fantasy ribbon plus a stat increase of 3 to all stats. That's insane. That's so good.
This heat is such a bother. Really now?
It's the Colosseum. Can't let you in right now. With the city buzzing, the Colosseum does open. I'm sure it'll be a smash hit. Okay. Not available yet.
Really now? All right.
So where do I need to go? It's definitely a big city. Anglers Inn Square.
Say,
It's only a little ominous in the distance. It's kind of more distressing that you can see it's like a weird flat disc instead of just a big orb like a moon. I realized it's just slowly moving, but it's coming to Brylehaven was beyond my expectations.
yes.
I suspect it keeps a watchful eye on the top candidates. It's evident that we're being observed, as we've seen from the Coronation Rock. Maybe it's actually for all the better. Seeing that thing in the sky might make everyone really think about the kingdom's future.
Ridiculous. What do I do?
All right then.
What do I do?
The Greatest Catch Tavern. Okay. Wary Innkeep. Getting lively out there. We'll have customers queuing up in no time. The Spider's Den. Guess it looks like an inn, but don't you think it feels way too dodgy? We've got so many options. Can we look for somewhere a little nicer? Fine then.
What do I do?
My, my.
What now?
Here's fruit. Seed.
What
Oh.
is it you require?
God, you're just like a JoJo character. Look like you have a look about you like one of my supporters. Who are you? Truly haven't heard of me? Oh, I am shocked. Yet, how lucky you are to be granted the privilege of my exquisite form for the first time. Beauty is all, is my creed. More than anything, a king should be beautiful, should he not? Whichever inn I choose for my beauty rest must be worthy of my resplendent grace, like the Golden Corral Pavilion. Alas, I doubt you've been blessed with wealth enough to enjoy a room at such a lavish place as this. This guy's a jerk. I wouldn't want to stay at an inn full of people like him anyway. Cool jacket, though. Oh, hey, you. You're the one that gave that speech to Matira. Guess we're both able to make it safely to Brylehaven. Planning to stay at this inn? Unfortunately, there aren't any beds left. Because of the exhibition, everywhere's full up. After I told myself I was going to make sure to stay somewhere nice this time.
See.
Wait, the gauntlet runner of yours, the one you had parked in the middle of Martira? Had a more powerful chassis than mine. What sort of technology does it use? Himitsu. Stingy. Here, I was going to tell Dad about it. You know, right? I'm a competitor too, and I'm very proud of my gauntlet runner. That means if you're stubborn and refuse to tell me, I can make you by force. Oh, just everyone's here.
Hey,
Loveless. Look who's here. You're that elder fella from Martira, ain't you? Guess we both got ourselves marks for the exhibition. Hoping you stay at this end. Sorry to disappoint you if so, because I just got tossed out on my ear by the innkeeper. Said it's already full. The one calling itself the Come One Come All In? Pfft, some joke, eh? Is there anywhere else to stay? 2 other inns nearby, but I'm hardly thrilled with either option. On the other side of the fountain's the Golden Corral Pavilion, where knobby wankers like Forden stay. Paraspis or an elder staying there, fat bloody chance. It's an inn past the Golden Coral, but that one's twice as pricey. Rumors say that's where you'll find Luis, naturally. Probably brought out the place for his rabble-rousing crew.
Yes, but
Think so? Guess we better avoid that one. Not like you could afford it to begin with. As far as other options go, there's the Spider's Den by the tavern. Dodgy looking youth standing up front, smiling all creepy like. Puts me right off staying there, so I'll pass. Besides, who needs an inn when there's a tavern? And to stay on, I claim it as my castle. Doubt we get much sleep in a tavern. Sure wouldn't anyway. Not that this Spider's Den sounds much better. No way we're getting in, so let's check it out. Again, I love the variety and all the different characters this game's given us. What do you think, Stroll? It turns away all who are not of nobility. It's infuriating. Don't take this the wrong way, but do I no longer look the part? How far have I fallen?
What do I do?
This place looks fine. Spider's Den, maybe not the best name for an inn. It's not super inviting. Won't refuse service to anyone. My rooms are affordable for all. Criminals, persecuted tribes. I wouldn't dream of turning business away. Feel free to have a look at the accommodations. We can discuss payment later.
Kind of freaky.
This place seems really shady, but we could at least look at the room.
Well, should have figured they'd be out of the upper rooms with all the travelers in town.
'Tis a far cry from the runner, at least. I am full glad to stretch my legs again.
Did you see that giant bug just now? It was like the size of my head. It's gotta be poisonous.
Oh, pull yourself together. It's just a insect.
Well, listen to you. You can't have lived in a giant sandworm den and been afraid of bugs, surely.
Hence the hut.
That's why you lived in that hut.
More importantly, we must discuss tomorrow's proceedings.
Right. We meet up with Joanna, then get to the exhibition after that. Joanna will admit to the crime. The guilt of a sanctoress, especially of her status, will guilt Forden by association. That should make an impression on Louise.
Yet for all this, we need Joanna herself. Do you truly think she will join us?
We just have to trust her.
She chose to offer her own head instead of the monster's. If you ask me, she'd not have done that if she didn't believe it truly was her child. At least in part. I believe she expressed genuine parental love. I want to believe that, at least.
And what if she ends up not showing up? I mean, you're the one who got the worst of all of this in the first place.
If it comes to that, you've still got my head for the days. After all, the bounty still says I'm a kidnapper.
Balderdash will not sacrifice an innocent life for our victory. But your offer speaks highly of your spirit.
Right. We've done what we can do. All that's left is to keep our chins up and face the competition head on.
Too early yet to retire for the night. We could drop by one of the local pubs. Listen for what perks our ears. And while we're at it, might as well sit down to a proper supper, eh? Could be my last, after all.
Oh, haha, very funny. But I guess good info is important. Let's go check it out.
Suddenly, it's a very different vibe than the last town we were in. Just the whole story.
Beauty.
Oh, you two?
We care for promises
Okay.
and speeches from repulsive mouths. Beauty is everything, and it is time our country reflected that.
Sounds like the candidates have started their speeches. Let's listen in for a bit.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
With all skills and talents equal, would you
Just the
see
constant
the crown
rose.
atop an ugly head or a handsome one? Beauty is power. Lack one, you should lack the other. When I take the throne, all the hideous will be stripped of their titles. Together, We shall build a nation ruled only by radiant, everlasting paragons of beauty.
Soprano-voiced woman.
Well, he has a point about what people tend to follow.
What? This really doesn't bother you? It isn't right.
You'd rather wait for a king who was always right, then?
Enough about appearance. A beautiful face cannot win wars. Without military power, the crown's voice means nothing. When I am king, I will establish a unified nation with the Rousant tribe at its head. Our tribes, our status, they mean something. You could stray from a monolith, but it will still remain. There can be no true peace without using the power we command. Hear, hear! For Rousant pride!
What pride is there in seizing power by force? Disgraceful.
When I'm queen, all the land's corrupt upper classes will be wanted men. We'll have our guillotines sharpened and our wallets
Everyone's so
opened.
extreme.
Those who thought to tilt the world with their heavy coffers will be a head lighter. We'll split their fortunes and toast to our health.
Preach it, Katharina! You're just what this land needs!
Wouldn't the first target be the one on the throne, then?
Everyone's just shouting all their ideals out.
These candidates are all pathetic. Nobody here even compares to Lord Luis.
Luis isn't even in the running, lad. Poor Blight is afraid of losing to Sanctifex Ford.
You've got it backwards, geezer. He's just not wasting his time on these windbags.
I confess, I know not how to feel. 'Tis unprecedented. Never before have our citizens come together in the street in broad daylight and shared their true feelings on king and kingdom.
Indeed. Is this really the kind of change His Majesty wanted? Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Let's go in. If we hang around too long here, we're bound to get dragged into a nasty argument.
God, it's just as bad in here.
When I'm king, pleasures will rule the city. A bar on every block and a flagon in every hand. All you can drink, all year round.
Woo! Next round's on Loveless.
Let fools be content with their fool dreams. Grant me the crown, and I will make our kingdom powerful beyond imagining.
Most powerful? Doesn't really mean anything, does it?
The
Aren't you
fantasy
another one of
hippie
Louis'
getup.
flunkies, hound? Stop barking and get back to your master.
Always about that goddamn Luis. I've been in the guard just as long as he has, you swine.
Quite a lively crowd. Looks like a great many of them came all the way here to watch the competition.
That lad there, he's an elder, isn't he? Are you a candidate too?
Well, strike me down, you're right. Never seen one of you blokes before. Might be out of luck in the race, though. You'll not stand a chance.
Pay him no mind. A drunk's words weigh nothing.
Wow, there are fish swimming in front of the store.
Ah, I've heard of this. 'Tis on the customer to fish up a catch, and the chefs will prepare it for eating.
I admit, I'm curious. Shall I sing a shanty for you as you take up rod and reel, Captain?
Yeah. I caught some weird creepy creature.
Is that really edible? It doesn't look quite, natural.
Is this just gonna be our luck in every town we go to?
Let's try it.
Did she even look at it?
Why, tis delicious! The aroma of the sea simply floods the mouth. Ah, and what splendid crunch it has.
It's crunchy?
I guess I'll try a bite. I mean, they wouldn't let us fish up anything outright inedible. I hope.
At least we'll die together.
At least we'll die together.
Oh, well, I was the one who suggested fishing. Right. The noble thing to do is see it through. Ugh. It's rather slimy for my liking.
Is it slimy or crunchy?
I said nothing since Hulkenberg seemed to enjoy it so much, but if you're going to eat an unknown fish, might you not at least sear it first?
Tis fine enough without, I say.
You need way higher standards, lady.
Excuse me,
Oh, hey.
friends. Don't mean to interrupt your meal. I'm back.
It's still twitching in the
Search crier
bowl.
For the tournament.
The bowl
Maybe
is
you
moving.
Remember me. Sounds like you made a hell of a splash in Martira, huh? Felling a vicious beast's one thing, but not many candidates took it figuratively.
Hey, we're trying to eat here. How'd you hear about
How
it?
did you hear about all this?
It's a crier's business to hear things. So, do you have a head ready?
Well, let's see. Got a head right here, I suppose.
Lips sealed, huh? Well, I'm certainly looking forward to the exhibition then. Especially considering the diversity of your little party. I've always preferred to chase an interesting lead over a sure bet. Can't help it, I'm afraid. So, I'll have a keen eye out for you, all right?
That cry is an odd one. Not really what you'd expect from a Sanctus promoter. Who is he?
It's not just doing it for the money.
Rumor has it that young candidate hasn't brought ahead. Wonder what he's playing at.
Whatever it is, he's about to get a sharp lesson in the ways of the world, poor lad.
I think he's worth keeping an eye on. Keep it under your hats, chums, but his power may rival Count Luis. I think he's just the ingredient we need to spice this race up a bit.
Right. Just got back from the pub, did you?
You wound me. Nobody trusts a radical, huh? I expect you'll see for yourself.
John and Barton should reach the city by morning. I imagine they'll aim to find us in our gauntlet runner. Norris ought to be able to greet them. When day dawns, we should go to the runner. Katharina. Parapus bounty hunter, unrivaled skill, though some scoff and consider her promise to place bounties on the rich absurd. She's garnered modest support. Most of that support comes from the poor people of her tribe, but there's also a contingency who've come to support her after seeing she was a youthful beauty. Of course. Port Brylehaven, capital of Oceania, kingdom's largest port, home to Oceania's famed navy, most powerful maritime force in the kingdom, known for a bustling trade hub and having a free, broad-minded atmosphere. Particular note is the Seaside Coliseum, major source of local entertainment and a cultural touchstone. I believe there are substantial magma deposits on the ocean floor near the shoreline, the effects of which have distorted nearby terrain to the point that it seems to defy the laws of nature. Ah, so that's why there's weird floating orbs. Fair enough. As the sea is deep and excavating seafloor crystal remains a practical near impossibility, natural wonder is mostly regarded as a tourist destination. Skyrunner, yeah. Gauntlet runners have the capable of more than land travel and function as watercraft, coined the colloquial term sea runner. In recent years, a rare few have proven capable of flight, and the term skyrunner also came into use. However, those that do fly are really only capable of floating for a very short period to get over particularly steep terrain. Luis's Charteris is the first true skyrunner capable of sustained, controlled flight. It's achieved through Mogla propulsion at constant, dangerously high output, high risk of volatile reaction. Additionally, the Charteris is only capable of aerostatic hovering rather than naturally powered flight. contrast, the Dream Norse aims to realize something unprecedented and revolutionary. Mechanical flight, not through magic lift, but true wings, relying on airfoils and aerodynamics, as birds do. And Gold Beetle. Insect covered in magla. They give off golden light, fades quickly upon death. They have no monetary value to the layman. Apparently one eccentric in the world who collects them with passion.
Yeesh.
I do like having our little book to open up every now and then to expand upon things. The other candidate speeches seem practically identical. I trust those types with the country myself. Is there no one who can truly rival Luis or Forden?
My apologies.
I have a favor to ask you. Would you mind lending me any of your unused blankets? What for? For defense, you understand. Just in case. Otherwise, while I'm sleeping, I'll be unprotected against the... apologies. Against bugs. I want no contact with them whatsoever. Awake or asleep, so I thought I might bundle myself in blankets. Though this place is warm as it is, I'm prepared for the inevitable night sweats. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to have any spare blankets. Hey, at least he's honest with it. Brawlhaven is positively rife with tourists. I myself have long awaited the delicacies here indeed. It was so delicious, I wish to eat every fish in the restaurant's tank. Fish so fresh, it still wriggles in my mouth. Now that's a Port City specialty. What's that look about? You don't find it appetizing?
Look at that.
Good night.
Let's rest.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Yeah, good thing we went and did all the catacomb stuff before we came here. Again.
The man's sloshed. Again.
Positively. Proper sloshed.
What happened to waiting for our guests? You utter buffoon! Is this why you volunteered to stay behind?
Seems like Joanna and Barden aren't here yet.
Oh, I feared this might happen. And we've no other head to offer the judges. 'Tis a precarious position.
Let's
all
stay calm.
stay calm, all right?
Ah! I'm going to splash some water on my face.
What? My sincerest apologies. I wasn't expecting anyone to come in. You see...
How did you come to be here? Explain yourself!
Is something the matter, Barden?
They were here the whole time?
I'm so terribly sorry. We heard the Gauntlet Runner had a washroom, so we thought we'd freshen up a bit. I bathed first and was resting in the back room, contemplating my final day as a sanctuaress.
Sir Nuris over there very decently let us in to wash up.
I couldn't stand it, old thing. Her heart would bring any right-thinking man to tears. Could have run like a bally thief in the night, but here she is, washing away her sins. It was more than a chap could bear, I say. Needed a drop of the grape and grain just to get myself through it.
The bottle's barely any emptier. Was a drop really all it took to get you drunk?
Oh, please do not blame the poor man. Talking to him has eased my heart for the trials to come. I cannot let myself betray you and regress to my vile delusions. I only sought to atone with myself before my sins are duly punished.
I understand. Thank you for coming. Then, as we agreed, please confess before the crowd when the time comes. To be honest, I'm hesitant to turn you in now you've genuinely decided to repent. I mean, we're hardly icons of virtue ourselves.
We didn't
You're a woman of status, and it'll be a big
feed
crowd.
children to monsters,
To
though.
stoning here.
Sure.
You can explain
Very
yourself
different.
freely in your own words.
Very different.
We can't ask anything more than that.
Thank you. Truly, I've felt so much more at peace since last we spoke. The fog has only cleared further, giving me clarity of purpose.
The fog, huh?
Thank you for everything. I do hope you win the throne.
I intend to.
Yes, I intend to.
Whoever the crown goes to, we're at least going to make sure it isn't used for evil.
At last, it seems our preparations are set. We need only trust that our plans will bear fruit.
I didn't realize that Mr. Smith came back in to curl up in bed.
Thank you all for waiting. The very first round of the tournament for the throne, the exhibition of the brave, is about to begin. Our monarchs-to-be will now present to the people the heads they seized.
We haven't met all these people, have we? Who are these people?
The throne. At a later date, when the second round is announced, the faces on the King's Rock, that is to say, the candidates with the top 20 approval ratings.
Ah, so we have to be top 20.
The first round.
20? 'Tis a great many eliminations in but one round.
That makes
We'd at least
sense.
make it through the first, but it might not be that simple.
Like, it is way easier to go from where we started at 9,000 to the top 1,000 than to go from like 50 to sub 20.
And now, ladies
It makes
and
sense.
gentlemen,
Oh, you guys, yeah.
to the lineup of all the gorgeous faces at the judges' table, starting with His and Her Highnesses of Oceania and Montario.
Oh, it's her ladyship. Lord Montario's here too, eh? And the armor on that fellow over there? A general, is he?
And of course, we have the one, the only, the people's favorite, our guest from the Sanctus Church. Better known as the Miracle Saint, healer of all ills, presenting the lovely Lady Rella Cygnus.
Cygnus.
Who's this? Someone fill me in. I've been literally living in a hole.
A brilliant healer. We've met, though a long time ago. Even as a student, she was already considered the kingdom's best in her field.
Looks like the crowd's on your side, milady. Can you give us a few words about what's on your mind as you take on the judge's mantle?
Well, I'm afraid you've rather got me on the spot. Hello, all. This city sure has, great seafood. And, well, sea creatures. Fascinating, aren't they? There's so much we still don't know about them. Oh, I did hear about a legend of some monster in the eastern seas of Oceania. Imagine, the mind races. I'm hoping I can investigate those sightings while I'm here.
That's just great, Lady Rella. I'll just stop you there, clock's ticking and all that. But we're thrilled you're enjoying your stay.
Sometimes I can hardly believe you're my
Ooh.
sister.
Oh.
Not much of a public speaker, are you?
So she's a saint?
Well, she seems like a nice enough lady.
We'd better stop worrying about her and focus on ourselves. I don't see Luis anywhere, but I bet he's got eyes in the crowd.
And this, like, rook helmet dude, it's an imposing presence. Again, there's so many cool
The time
designs.
has come. Let the exhibition of the brave begin! First up is a respected gentleman of the church. Guido, the head of the monk soldiers of the Crown Theocracy.
Boo! It's a fish.
I've no taste for needless killing. Therefore, I chose a mark with meat, abundant and edible. After the judging, it will be served in a banquet for the poor.
A stand-up fellow, my good people. Strength and compassion in one package. He's got the crowd on his side right from the start. Now,
Sure.
is there anyone who can top this?
I'm sure.
I can. And we have a challenger! Second in line is the
That
church's
walk.
direct opposition, the spearhead of Count Luis's supporters, Gladel, the Black Hound!
One look at the head and I know what you're thinking. Bit small, isn't it? Well, I can bloody well tell you I'm not like this smarmy git who fished up his dinner. I'll tell you what this is. Behold, the head of a hideous human!
Where's your proof?
Okay.
Yes, the young sod's right. How do we know?
Damn,
that's really
immediately
human?
called out.
What drivel! Look at the thing! You think a normal beast could have a face like this?
Probably just made the damn thing yourself.
Oh, useless as ever. Did it never occur to him that the average citizen has never seen a human?
Now, everyone, let's have a little composure, please. Candidate Gladel, we're very much obliged. You may step down. Now, on to the next!
More fish.
The size of that thing. Is that the monster of the Eastern Sea?
Someone took the beastie down. Who did the deed?
I'd heard tell of a monster tormenting the people of this beautiful port city. I could do no less than grant them respite from their suffering. Such is the duty of those with power.
Who expected anything less? His Eminence Forden is simply in another class. Suddenly the critics have all gone quiet. All I hear is gratitude.
Gordon's trophy is more impressive than I expected. How are we going to make a stronger impression than that?
It's fine.
If he'd gone after us, the reaction would mean we'd have been written off no matter what we presented. Let's count ourselves lucky and trust in our strategy.
Now, no dirty looks, you lot. Next is the Pagan Assassin's Prize. Let's see what head we've got now.
Yeah, we're not just gonna sit and watch them all.
Thank you, Candidate Julian, for that helpful, exhaustive, and I think exhausting explanation. Ooh. Now, we've had quite a succession up here, but our last is
Don't we get to be
coming up
dead
now.
last?
This should wrap up our show. Now, if the last candidate, the Elden Boy, would please join us on the stage.
Where's their head?
Your pardon, madam, but would you happen to be the Lady of Martyra? Joanna, the Sanctoress?
Indeed. The head they've brought is mine.
The impudence. You dare offer an honored lady of the church before these judges? This is not to be borne.
I've got something to say to you too. That you chief there. Isn't that Heismay? The same damn criminal you were supposed to be chasing?
That's the infamous Heismay. The huge chief of all things.
This. After we saved your hide on the road.
Silence! He may be a former knight, but now he's a heinous criminal who stooped to kidnapping. Anyone who claims themselves his ally should be disqualified on the spot.
Please, wait. I have something I must confess to you all. You speak of the kidnappings that terrorized my home, Martyra. I am here to confess that the true culprit behind those atrocities was me. I was the caretaker of a hideous human in the basement of my castle. And to feed it, I abducted the innocent people of my own city.
What? Absurd. Speak sense, woman.
Master Heismay is innocent in all this. He was framed for crimes performed by my hand and in my name.
And I, Barden, captain of Martira's Guard Corps, stand to vouch for all that she said.
Just so. It was this young candidate who killed that human, cleared me of the false charges, and dispelled the shadow over Martira.
Thus, here I stand. My head is his to offer.
That's... well, that's quite a turn
Just the big
of
fish in the
events.
corner.
We have our head, ladies and gentlemen, and it's unlike any we've seen yet.
How is this believable? She's an imposter. She's got to be.
Of course. That, or they're putting words in the poor woman's mouth. A sanctoress would never.
What will His Eminence Forden do?
The Honorable Master Godot should know whether I and my words can be trusted.
'Tis true to the last word, isn't it?
Yes, Your Eminence. Without question.
Young candidate, you have done well to bring about her repentance. Now, justice must be rendered.
What? Right
It's
here
right
and now.
yeah, right here?
A moment.
Thank you for your concern. But I have no objections. For a sinner like me, to confess the truth to the people has already been more than I deserve. O new king, it is my hope that you will rid the world of its twisted prejudices and common cruelties. Please, leave this country armed with the truth.
I will. I promise.
Jeez.
Well, folks, sometimes that's just how the curtain falls.
How do I
If
color
Sanctifex
commentate this
Garden
public
turned with the
execution?
beast head, then our dark horse here has certainly turned in the heaviest. What an upset, ladies and gents! Who could see this coming?
Those crazy kids have done it again.
What a show!
That reminds me. Oh, 49, top 50. That reminds me, I didn't realize that this game is actually only rated teen. I just assumed otherwise. Which is kind of wild. Like, it's kind of dark. It's got a lot going on to just be like, you know what? Teen. That's fine. It's fine. Sure.
Barden just departed, wishing everyone well. I suppose he aims to reach Martira before Joanna's confession does.
And Forden himself. I hardly expected the man to make himself so visible.
Likely his attempt at redirection. Keeps the blame from falling on him and the church. Can't say it didn't work, I suppose. I'm certainly not blameless in this either. It was my suggestion to make an impression by foregoing the pursuit of a monster's head in favor of a person's.
I guess, but...
Nevertheless, the Lady Joanna entrusted her final wishes to us, and we mustn't betray them. It's all we can do, really.
Not bad, pups.
Oh, you.
We were passing on the course of a human hunt.
You and your crew.
You gave a most distinctive showing. I suppose you're worth introducing ourselves to. I'm Fidelio, that's Basilio. Luis's right-hand men, see? And now
Okay.
you walk with a Ujif at your side. Each ally of a different tribe. Fascinating.
Yeah, in
Better to
case
have
you didn't
dependable
notice.
friends than familiar ones. something we've got in common.
Not only did you expose a failing of the Sanctus Church, but you dared to bring her alive so Forden himself could do the grisly part before all his flock.
That was not our intent.
Oh, same idea, yeah? A real person's head gets more eyes on you than some decapitated beast. And now, you're the names on everyone's lips, aren't you?
Something about, was it Basilio? His face and his hair remind me of Adachi for some reason. Yeah.
That's not the point.
Oh, that's not an
It
ellipses.
hardly matters. It's quite a feat for a
What?
no-name candidate to so deftly rub Forden's face in the dirt. A wake-up call, I'm sure, for those who only know his honeyed words.
Oh, Lord Luis, we really should be going.
Relax. They're in the middle of a conversation.
I like a show of strength as much as the next girl, but I do so hate violent spectacles. A view from the sky sounds so much more enchanting, don't you think?
So this is what's become of Luis. There was something eerie to him even as a lad, but I'd never expected him to reach such heights.
Do you suppose we have his attention?
Last time he told us we had to demonstrate our power first. I'd like to think that if he went out of his way to talk to us, that's something we earned.
Oh, loves, I've got a message from Count Luis. He says he'll be sending a messenger along soon, so stay in the city, would you? And I have to say, I might not want to let you out of my sight either.
Master Luis? Master Luis was just here.
Coming on over.
What happened?
Well, he just left. You weren't told?
We'd better be getting back as well.
Damn it. What's so special about those fools?
God, I'd almost feel bad for you, Gladell, if you weren't such a shit.
Luis is having a go for Popeye, eh? Are you officially all flunkies in arms now, then?
Might be a trap.
Don't get cold feet now. We knew going in that any plan to win his favor would be dangerous.
We have finally taken the first step in saving His Highness the Prince. If we can get the formula, then we yet have a chance of lifting the curse.
How fares His Highness anyway? He still fights?
I took a look in the Farsight mirror a while ago. He's still asleep. But nothing's changed about his condition.
And do we know where this formula is?
No, but he's bound to keep it somewhere secret if it's evidence linking him to the assassination. Still, a formula would be useless unless it's within arm's reach for emergencies.
If it's something he'd keep close, then...
Engraved on his body? Well, I mean, this covers all those. Somewhere in his Gauntlet Runner.
It's as good a chance as any. Getting inside would be a pain for anyone else, including us.
He said he would send a messenger. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until we've heard his missive.
Good point. Let's just wait for word then.
Joanna! A backwater sanctuarist denies me my moment of triumph. She defiles the very church itself. Oh, and naturally it was an elder of all people who stood her before me. Will that benighted tribe never stop dogging my heels?
An idea occurs, Your Eminence. For the tournament's next challenge, let us center the competition on a show of piety. Make them prove their Sanctus faith. After all, Sanctism is the state religion. It would be the barest of leaps to suggest that loyalty to the Church is loyalty to the state.
I assume you have a plan?
Altaberry's our next destination. The very seat of the faith outside the capital. I thought we might propose another hunt. This time for relics.
Ah, the so-called divine relics. Those false idols the pagans consider relics of their gods.
What need does the world have for gods beyond ours? Soon, they will talk of nothing but how to win the Sanctus Church's favor. Your Eminence's influence would be sure to reach even greater heights.
And in the pagan lands, the greedier candidates will plunder and pillage for idols as they see fit. Fine footholds for our missionaries.
Is no one concerned that
hands dirty. The collection of
two of the contestants are in charge of deciding
our divine right
the trials?
undeniable. Once I take the throne, I will re-establish that these relics originally belonged to the Sanctus Church, and that they were ransacked from us in the course of history.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
On that day, I should be grateful to be honored with a proper title.
Say no more. A concession only fair for the right hand of the Sanctifex.
Ever at your service.
Wow.
You do not bow your head.
Oh, humblest apologies.
What troubles you, my child?
Well, my concern would be about the risks involved. Some theories suggest even the royal scepter was originally one of these relics. In the unlikely event that a divine relic were to be found to nullify the king's magic...
If such a relic existed, it would have been found long ago. You burden yourself with such fears. All you need to do is be a good saint. Smile, wave, and bless.
Rella, you are to return to the royal capital and gather the people under my banner.
Understood.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Hello? A word. Some odd blighter left a letter for you last night. Said he was Louis's man.
Just a letter?
Night Prowler, today, come. Bit curt, if I'm honest, hardly diplomatic. Seems like this Night Prowler place is some sort of pub or club. But do you know where it is?
On the city's outskirts. Seemed fairly dingy to my eyes. I can't imagine Louis at a haunt like that.
You think it's a trap? Maybe he's caught on to us?
What
If he
choice do
wanted
we
to
have?
trap us, I doubt he would make it so obvious. Though that doesn't guarantee our safety there, of course.
We have little other option but to show up.
I'll hang about in the runner. Keep myself busy with tinkering. Let me know if you talk yourself onto Louis's craft, eh?
Right then. Let's be off to this Night Prowler.
Night Prowler.
Oi there! Well met, eh?
Wonderful.
The ferry.
Rain? You're not serious.
How's it going?
The Night Prowler. What those brothers were talking about. Okay. Cool.
Well, look who it is. Appreciate you coming out.
So it was you two.
You expected us to roll out the red carpet right into our headquarters. Consider this a pre-show. Still, you really are just a kid, aren't you?
And you're one to talk?
I wouldn't go having a laugh at me big brother's expense. That's when I get to step in. Make some points for my own life.
You are brothers. And he is the elder?
And here I thought the Magnus brothers' name was making the rounds. Shame that. It's fine. First offense and all won't kill you yet. Besides, Lord Luis has taken quite a shine to you lot. Before we let you see him, I have a question. I want you to think long and hard before you answer, right?
Getting sinister looks from the whole pub.
What kind of king are you selling yourself to be exactly? Go on, let's have the pitch.
Just help anyone that needs help.
Meaning what exactly?
It means he's even willing to save someone like me.
You're not doing yourself any favors here, are you?
Let's drop the pretenses, shall we? We were all about impressing Luis, and we've done that. You're all about results, aren't you?
You'll answer the question from me too. Why do you want to serve Master Luis? No lies now.
I'm in love with Juna. Fuck the church.
Gordon or his church. Too right. They have no idea what justice is. But you had a sanctoress publicly executed so you could get ahead. Not in a position to moralize, are you?
We don't expect everyone to take our side. We're just here to right wrongs, that's all.
Whatever. You got some brass tea, I'll give you that much. Already got more accomplished than that Gladell ever did. You seem like the types to make yourselves useful.
And he's just catching strays here. He's not even here.
We're celebrating that. For now. Get in.
Someone like you should already know what it's like. The minority tribes face walls and barriers everywhere they look in society. Our greatest hope rides with Master Luis. We'll do whatever it takes to make him king, and starting today, so will you. Come on then. Master Luis is waiting for you inside his gauntlet runner, the Caradrius.
And no funny business up there, yeah? Nothing gets past the King's magic, and Lord Luis is one of the top candidates. We've captured some, what,
just going?
10 odd assassins now? Lord Luis uses them for magic experiments, and, well, you know how that ends.
We finally have access to Luis's headquarters.
It's a valuable opportunity. Ideally, while most of our group is meeting with Luis, someone else can do a quick search inside.
Gallica? Yeah, you're the one.
Me?
There's no one more suitable. Anyone else, and he'd question their absence.
You're putting a solo infiltration on my tiny shoulders? But fine, I'll do it.
Once we're in the Skyrunner, we'll assess the situation, then deal with our own tasks.
Where?
Already sunset. Time flies so fast. We Scarlet Runner stationed at the harbor.
Hello there.
Is that it over there?
Incredible.
Didn't hit me until we got right up close, but it's really huge.
Sam.
You bumpkins can fawn over the Chartereuse all you want later. We'll be flying for a good while anyway.
Huh.
Soiree? But you don't go telling them anything they don't need to know. You're not officially friends yet. Follow me. Friendly warning. Be on your best behavior. You try anything clever, you're dead on the spot. Make a rude comment to Lord Luis. Dead on the spot. Not shy about making threats.
Seriously.
Shouldn't you already be hiding, Gallica?
We're off. Check this out.
Why is this set up like it's about to be a dungeon?
At last.
Got to seize the first foothold of our infiltration. Soon enough, Luis will be within our grasp.
Indeed.
Runner bears more in common with a castle than a carriage. I can hardly imagine its interior.
If I may.
Man on break. Gledo comes through here an awful lot. You know him, don't you? Sometimes he's got this beast of a dog with him. Sad to see a man with a temper like his with a pet, but wouldn't you know it? He's sweet on the dog. Somewhere at the bottom of his black heart, you think the dog's cute or something. Strangest thing he ever did see.
Understood.
Possible to discern how much trust the brothers will afford us. Keeping our guard up is crucial. Bump.
Right now.
Okay. Nah, we'll hold it for now.
Got it. I'm leaving.
Don't wander off. Until you get used to it, this place is a real maze.
Oh, yeah?
There's a lot of dudes here. So many soldiers here. I suppose we should have expected as much from Luis's stronghold. I feel like we're always being watched. Like it or not, an elder recruit's gotta stand out, but we're all the same side. Stand tall.
You're not serious.
Yeah, the fact that we're in dungeon UI is a little concerning.
That reminds me.
You're that elder candidate I've been hearing about. Lady Juno likes you. She's taking her claim on some kid even though she's already with Lord Luis. Damn. Lady Juno's got stamina to spare.
Got it.
Reception room's on the top floor.
What in the...
Happens to everyone. Some sort of magic-controlled locking mechanism. Keeps the suspicious element out. Bastards pretending they're grunts when they're actually assassins. Seems secure. I assume you need a key. Different keys for different areas. Only a select few ranking soldiers have them. Want to walk freely around the runner? Need to move up our ranks.
Evidently.
Keys only given to ranking soldiers. Navigating this place may prove difficult. You're already trading treacherous whispers amongst yourselves, eh? Quit with the gossip. Yeah, maybe be a little more careful about just actively talking about that.
Oh, nice.
Much bigger than I thought. I just forgot we're inside a gauntlet runner. Quit looking around so much. What have we got here? We're letting schoolboys in the ranks? These kids new recruits? Yo. Gargantuan man. Little show of at the exhibition. Used to be you have to prove yourself before you could stand with the Count's men. They have Lord Luis's approval. It's not enough for you. Keep it to yourself.
What's the meaning of this?
These piss ants against me? I'm a bloody sergeant. We can settle this right here, right now. They'll be wiping you off the walls. Santh.
Don't even try it.
Leave it out, Santh. Get your arse back to your post. Just get this through your tiny heads. Power's everything around here. I'll give you 3 days at most.
Seriously.
Here.
Lord Luis's quarters? Just a reception room. Be daft to show a pack of strangers his private quarters, wouldn't he?
Hey.
Guess that's my cue. I'll try looking around for the formula. How are you going to sneak around here? There's so many people.
A beautiful city, Brylehaven. but it is its identity I truly respect. Oceana's navy might well have won them the Annex War, if your Cronia hadn't chosen to forgo their honor and launch an opportunist attack in the wake of a storm. Even now, united in the kingdom, their pride in their power is what keeps this city alive. You wish to join my ranks. I need ask little else. Instead, I would hear what you wish to know most. Ask and I will answer. That is why I've bid you come.
Hey, where's that thing you used to... Are you and Juna? What's your plan against Forden?
Plan on winning against Forden?
I will kill him. Not that my victory
Fair enough.
rests on doing so. That man and Sanctism both are malignant tumors in this country's flesh and must be excised to save it.
Aren't candidates protected by the king's magic?
The king is not a god. There is always a way. It is clear no small conviction drives you. Perhaps keeping you close will prove useful. You, assembled company, I hereby permit you to enter my service.
We are much obliged.
Say, is that a heart?
This is a heart of magic silver. Cut your finger and let the blood fall. A proper rite of loyalty. Shows how all our blood flows through the same heart.
Watch yourselves, though. If your own heart's not true to our cause, well, it's not just a drop you lose. Might take off a whole limb.
You hesitate. Fear and anxiety. They always lead the people astray. But power and order trumps all. That is the crux of my rule.
Seems we have no choice.
Good. It would appear we've passed.
Ha! Look at you, like knock-kneed lambs. Just having a bit of fun with you, eh? You think I'd go to all that effort?
On August 13th, I intend to hold a soiree in this city. It seems a fine opportunity for you to make your debut in my retinue.
Very exclusive, see? Only for those good enough to be part of our campaign. You should feel honored.
As my gauntlet runner requires some maintenance, the party shall be held at the feast hall where I'm staying. In the meantime, do as you will.
Okay. Wonder how Calica's search is going.
Only this area feels any different from the rest. I need a key to get in, though. It'd be nice if I could see what's going on in here, too.
Is that boy candidate here already?
Meeting with Count Luis as we speak, I think. Didn't think he'd end up on our side.
I expect we'll run into each other on the job, eh? That said, let's get back to our rounds.
Yikes! They're coming this way! I have to hide!
Yeah, play as Gallica? I mean, that'd be similar to, like, the things you had in SMT5, where you got to control the, like, navigator demons.
Is this the other side of that door? Never thought it'd lead to a place like this. This area just screams suspicious with all the guards. The formula's gotta be somewhere around here. Is someone coming? Figures they'd show up now. Isn't that the songstress? What is she doing here?
Lady Juna, is something amiss?
I do recall saying I didn't need a personal guard today.
Yes, but this is Luis's personal quarters, and we thought in case you needed...
Well, I don't. You can do your guarding downstairs for today. Do you understand? And, well, I mean, do you really want to be guarding this door when Count Luis returns? Oh, the things you would hear. How awkward for us both.
You mean... Idiot, don't make the lady repeat herself. Apologies, my lady. We'll make ourselves scarce.
close one. Opportunities like this are so few and far between. I've got to get this back in place. Oh, wonderful. How were these arranged again? A magic spell? Is that the formula? Just my luck. I can't carry out something that big, and now I know where it is.
Jolly
We've located the treasure.
You've got the man's eyes on you. Now that you've sworn fealty, we can get right down in the guts of his Skyrunner.
I worry for Gallica. Perhaps we ask too much of her. I hope she's all right.
Ah, it seems you worried for naught.
I'm back!
Phew. You're clearly bursting with good news, too.
I know, right? I found where the formula is! I'm pretty sure I saw the real thing. Even if it wasn't, I'd bet the real one's somewhere in that room.
Masterfully done. We could have asked no better an infiltrator.
That songstress Juno was there too. I'm pretty sure it was Luis's private quarters. So I have to wonder what she was doing there.
Whatever the case, I assume you could lead the way to the room?
Well, yes, but it might be a bit tricky. To get to Luis's quarters, we'd need to go through the crew quarters, then through the starboard corridor, or the port corridor. You need a key to get into each of the divisions. Whoever's in charge at each guard post has one. Luis's private quarters have a special key too. That one's held by the representative on the bridge.
In short, we'll need to pass through 3 blocks.
That's a lot.
The crew quarters, either the starboard or port corridor, and the bridge.
It looked like he's usually got his quarters under guard. So we'll want to pick a time of day when there'll be less people around.
If we need it less crowded, then how about the night of the soiree? Surely it would be a skeleton crew.
The soiree will be held at the luxury inn that caters exclusively to the upper class.
He would have us debut as his supporters on that night. How would we get away with not being present?
Maybe if we just excuse ourselves for a short time? We've got plenty of time to prepare. Securing an infiltration route, finding out when it will be less crowded. This is all work we can get done in advance. On the night of, Gallica and one other will slip out, swipe the formula, then return by the shortest route possible.
Have anyone in mind? My hearing makes stealth jobs simple work.
No. I think he'd be
Of
our
course.
best bet.
You would have the guest of honor himself absent?
This is Luis we're talking about. He's bound to notice any absence. If we've lost on that front already, we might as well send our strongest.
What do you think? It would be risky as a near solo infiltration. Are you up to the task?
It'd be like actual stealth?
We'll just
have to make it work.
You truly mean that?
Seriously. We're jumping from tightrope to tightrope here. We'll have to prep our infiltration strategy tomorrow. For now, let's get back to the inn and get some rest.
That reminds me.
Interesting. Do you remember the man we met in Luis's Gauntlet Runner? Seemed very proud of his strength. He's rather full of himself, Sergeant Xanth. Gets told to go back to his post, which makes me wonder. He might be in charge of one of the runner's sectors. That would be unfortunate. I could tell his strength was formidable even to be near him. In any case, we should probably rest for the day. We can talk more in the morning.
Got it?
Success of infiltration depends entirely on our prep tomorrow. As long as we work together, we'll find the solution.
May I speak?
Day of the Princess Awakening may be nearer than we realize. We have to make our preparations before that soiree. The songstress has been in Luis's private chambers. Not that I would judge her, I suppose. At any rate, preparation begins tomorrow.
Look at that.
Good night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
23rd.
Now then.
Starting today, we need to work on an infiltration route. issue is those in charge of each area, the ones holding the keys, seem to make formidable lineup. Simplest option is the best option. Get them alone, beat their key from them, and push forward. I mean, to attack a short, decisive encounter is the order of the day. If they call for reinforcements, we may not fare well. It's a new challenge.
Yeah.
We gotta build up our strength by hunting bounties and the like. Yeah, no, this is a huge step up over what we were doing last. It is a big, insane plan. Unlike previous operations, time is of the essence when infiltrating. You need to keep your battle short, defeating the officers within a certain number of turns. All the officers are quite strong and will require you to be tactical. Gather information in town and utilize our quest to strengthen your abilities.
Then...
Okay. Maybe we can dig up some dirt through the informant.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely want to do anything extra before we go there then. Before we can secure a route to his quarters, we have to do some digging before the day of the soiree.
Let's focus.
All right, deadline the 12th. 20 days. Holy shit. The last two deadlines were like 7 and I think 10. We've got most of the month. Mission with a deadline has begun. Be cautious of storms and inclement weather condition occurring around Brawlhaven. Meet with your allies in Warship Harbor to infiltrate the Gauntlet Runner. The interior of the Gauntlet Runner is divided into 4 areas: crew quarters, starboard, port, and bridge. You need to obtain a special key from the person in charge of the bridge in the deepest part of the ship.
Let's head there.
All right, well, we're there. Can hang out with Heisme or Maria or Barden. Yeah, we've got a lot on our plate. And we can turn in those quests we did before we left Martira.
Oh, what should I do? Huh?
Sorry, Blood and Children? I've seen you somewhere before. Now that I mention it, I do recall seeing an elder boy at the exhibition. I've been traveling across the country helping those in need. If that's true, may I ask for your aid as well? During a training exercise, the city's guard corps were ambushed by a human. There are many casualties, especially among the youngest. I need special medicine to save them, but the shop stocks are exhausted. I can't make it myself. It requires ingredients only found in the monster-infested forest. Yeah, sure. We've got to bump up from, what, 49 to the top 20. Dragon Thistleberry in Gracia Forest.
If you can help.
Need 7 of them.
Let's give it a shot.
No deadline.
Whoa.
Okay.
We'll face danger here.
Well met, eh?
We have a couple of quests we could start up.
Wonderful. Oh.
Can't imagine I have the wrong person, but didn't we meet at the Hushed Honeybee? We did, didn't we? You remember me? I'm a regular there. Wanted to see the exhibition, so I got the courage to take a carriage. I saw your exploits firsthand. Brawlhaven's really a lovely city, isn't it? Police doesn't cause trouble again. I heard rumors about his Gauntlet Runner's crew. They say the ones he put in charge are especially dangerous. Don't draw their attention if you can afford it. Avoid it.
Wonderful.
Peek around.
I'm just
Hey, listen.
incredulous.
Want in on this?
Seasoned man. Oh, I am broke.
Hey, listen.
I need to get money before I can buy any info.
I'm just incredulous.
Oh, more of them.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, Tolkienberg. Please talk to me.
Thank you.
let us discuss on our next voyage.
I'm just incredulous.
Hey, listen.
Okay. Don't want to miss out on any quests that might be hiding around.
All right, then. Let's go.
Man in pain? Someone's moaning in pain. Is it this guy down here? No? Oh. Is it you again? I really overdid it this time. You have a medicinal herb? Got my arse kicked in the Colosseum. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
No one was willing to help me even though I was suffering. Please take this. Glad we helped.
What is it?
What's your problem, kid? Quit staring. Come back when you're old enough to... Hold on. You're the candidate. From the exhibition? Your face is stuck in my memory. Rude. What do you mean we have to be old enough? What are you even selling? The most famous brewer in the city. They call my house the Miraculous Mead. How special the Miraculous Mead? So good it will put years on your lifespan. Hold on. I saw you captured everyone's eyes at the exhibition. I'll gamble on that being skill, not chance. I've got a task for you. I'm looking for something. If you find it, I'll give you some of my brew. Sell it, drink it, whatever. Maybe throw it a little extra. Hell, if you succeed, I'll start supporting your campaign openly. Can't imagine a kid could do what I couldn't, but what do you say?
Amazing.
The Chalice of Legends. Everyone who ever owned the cup died under mysterious circumstances. But now nobody can say if the cup even exists. So I want it. A cup that kills the owner and a brew that extends the life. Take a sip, which legend wins.
Let's give it a shot.
Okay. You seem awfully casual about a gamble that might get you killed. The ghost of its last owner refuses to let it out of his grasp. Some folks report being attacked by the ghost. If it's already been attacking people, there might be a bill to take up. Recruitment center to take a bounty. Okay.
All right, then. Let's go.
A lot of quests here, which is fair if we have 20 days. It's almost a full month. Over familiar man. It is my friend Will. What a pleasure. But why the face? You're looking at me as if I'm a stranger. But you visited Night Prowler. I'm its founder. Even if this is our first time meeting in the flesh, I consider any customer a dear friend. Back off a little, man. You're moving kind of fast. What do you even want with us? Hoping to do some negotiation. I can get my deed back. Tragically, I had to offer it as collateral on a loan, but even after paying off my creditor, I haven't been able to get it back. The man in question is a respected Ishkia noble. Whereas I'm a humble parapus entrepreneur, I doubt I can count on the law backing me. I won't treat a high-profile candidate with the same rudeness. Of course, you'll be compensated. I've got some unusual armor I think you'll find useful. Listen to that confidence. I feel emboldened just hearing the words. Noble in question has a certain fondness for blood sport. Don't doubt he's watching a fight as we speak.
Well then.
Okay.
Let's give it a shot.
Pompous
All right.
Ishkia. One who enjoys watching fights.
All right, then.
Oh, yeah, that's going on to the warship. Oh, yeah, we can bond up. More quests, more quests.
Let's go.
So many quests.
Young man.
Oh, ex-candidate Goddard. Quite a scene you made at the exhibition. You satisfied with yourselves? Long a sanctress be executed just to make yourself stand out. It's exactly the sort of selfish nonsense a delinquent like you would think up. Wasn't what I... You think the sanctress would walk away safe, did you? All this short-sighted immature. You're far too young. Damn it. If only I participated in the exhibition right now, I'd be... Alright, buddy.
I'm in trouble now.
Damn it, all my clients are expecting a delivery soon. These fool horns hardly an ideal canvas for my outstanding workmanship. I'm a craftsman who takes pride in my exacting detail and peerless skill. I take monster horns and engrave them. My technique has progressed to the level where these middling horns can't withstand the intricate level of detail I try to grace them with.
Oh, yeah?
There is a horn worthy. Within the Forsaken Tower, a giant called Orgas. Get the ebony horn. Okay. Pockets are overflowing with advance payments from countless patrons of the arts. Find Orgas within the nest of monsters known as the Forsaken Tower.
Let's give it a shot.
Okay. Ooh, this one's pretty high rank.
Gotta get prepared. See there.
All right then. Blast this heat.
Check the bounty board.
Welcome.
Contracts. Friends with Katharina, aren't you? She's pestering me to raise your bounty rewards. Can't say no to the best bounty hunter in the country. I need to thank me. I'm sure bounty hunting is calling your name too. Thanks. Battlage? Lamentable Dead?
This is what I've got.
Okay. Ghost. Found the target hunting an old cemetery called the Tomb of Lament.
Show me what you've got.
Let's do it.
52,000. That is a pretty good bump. It's like 150%.
Let's see here.
Pretty far north. Oh. Okay, so we can like loop around and hit multiple without having to take the full trip out again. That's cool.
There's a runner. There's a runner. There's a runner.
What are they doing all up here?
This place. Here's where we are now. That's...
You can keep it afterwards as long as you show it to me first. Our plate is overflowing with things to do.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
Oi! Oh.
Wonderful.
Earnest Youth. Julian? Executing Sectress Johanna. Saying this church fails to see which issues are truly pertinent. These true intellectual creatures that should be protected. The talents being slaughtered by humans is hardly important. Injured, not talentless? Small wonder that fools like you are ignorant to the true nature of talent. Incidentally, are you literate? I find ignorance tremendously vexing, so here. Okay, a book. This book Julian wrote himself, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's still a book. All right, buddy.
All right then.
Okay, I think this is the last 2 quests. I think we've explored everywhere else.
Yeah?
Kindly boy.
Huh?
Apprentice? You're the candidate from the exhibition, right? One of my friends saw and started talking about how cool you are. I want to be like you, mister. Let me be your apprentice. Sorry, kid. It's my friend's birthday soon, so I could get him a gift. Maybe flowers from the flower shop. Oh, wait, my friends wouldn't want any old flower you can get. That's boring. I'll go exploring outside the city and look for wildflowers. You want to get eaten by a human? It's too dangerous for a kid to go out there. I've got a gauntlet runner, so leave this to us. Sure, I guess we'll help this kid. You're really nice, mister.
If so...
I'll be your supporter, I promise. But I'll wait here until you've got the flower. My friend's birthday's on the 10th.
Let's give it a
Okay.
shot.
18 days. Increase my tolerance by dealing with this child. Twins. Lord Milo, just look this way. Oh god, he's up there.
Yeah?
It's you.
You're the young man who dazzled at the exhibition, aren't you? I enjoyed your unique presentation tremendously. Your accomplishments were hardly impressive, but if polished, you may shine. As a special favor, I'll allow you the honor of joining my entourage. I'm also a candidate?
Yeah.
I am aware. And that is why sooner or later you'll grovel before me. My point is that you ought to find a different path while you can. If you refuse my offer and continue to deny me, perhaps you should cease to exist. Sure, dude. Damn, those bastards think I'm making this up. I definitely saw it. I know. I'm in no mood to be gawked at, kid. My teeth are killing me. So damn much I've started seeing tooth monsters. That's right, I'm gonna need my teeth extracted. Almost all of them. Yeah, same, Gallico. I need a certain item to cure my toothache. If only someone could give me 15,000 Reeve. You seemed reliable from the first time I laid eyes on. Wait, I feel like I've seen you before. You're that candidate. The toothbrush of hygienia. I need you to buy one. I'll reward you, and you'll have my vote.
Let's give it a shot.
That guy just needs a good toothbrush.
That's where you want to go. Nice little village.
Okay, so we can like,
Here's
we
where
can
we'll
go
nice
womp,
little village.
and
right
then into
there's
there,
elaborate.
and then into
And
there,
right there's elaborate.
and then just
Here's
back
where
to
we are
town.
now.
Instead of having to do multiple trips. You okay, buddy? Look, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be waiting here. Damn, it hurts. Boy, this guy needs help. Better go get that toothbrush of hygiene as soon as we can.
Yeah?
All right. Probably hang out. Barden would get to 2. Maria to 6. I kind of want Heisme to 3 because I think we unlock a new archetype with that. Let's go hang out.
Ah, it's you.
Where Remember we spoke about finding a spot to lay my son to rest? I happened upon a nice place the other day. Let's go.
My thanks.
Could you teleport us to Martira?
Huh.
Plenty of new graves. Possibly victims of those dark doings at the castle. Perhaps my boy would find some solace here, among many his own age. Seems they don't cremate their dead here. Don't want my son feeling out of place. Being the only child here in singed pieces. Hard enough for a boy his age to fit in. Shall we look elsewhere?
My thanks.
I think we do well to check other options.
My apologies.
About somewhere deeper in the forest. If you don't mind indulging me a bit further. Seems peaceful at first glance, but not really so, is it?
No.
Pattering footsteps from beasts among the trees, the smell of animal waste. I can feel them eyeing us from the shadows. It's dangerous.
True.
Can't stand the thought of hungry beasts disturbing his grave. I think it's too early to make a decision. I'd like to look at other locations if you don't mind.
Got it.
Yeah, sure.
My thanks.
You're certainly more patient than I was at your age.
The truth is...
Oh, you give travel far and wide to find perfect resting places. Some build an altar at home, some scatter bones in the sea. Some bury them beneath a great tree. That said, most simply bury the bones in the village's communal cemetery. After all that contemplation, they come back to where they started. Those people used to irritate me to no end. When I was younger, I loathed their indecision. Looked down on them for it. As I got on in years, I came to understand some things. Not so easy to overcome the death of someone else. That's why when you lose someone, you need time for that very hesitation. I found out I certainly do. Haste will not ease my woes.
Even so...
That being said, it isn't your concern. You've done more than enough for me. We can take our time.
Listen. Then...
Might take it to the Gauntlet Runner again. I'd like to see somewhere full of open space. Maybe I'm just imagining things.
What happened?
No.
It looks just like a place my son loved.
My son...
I think it was around the time he finally started walking. Even when he stumbled and fell, he always leapt right back up, all smiles. Would chase bugs through the grass far taller than him, laughing even when he fell, bringing me flowers and pebbles clutched in his fist. Even now, it says he might burst out of the grass at any moment. Beaming, covered in burrs, but no, it's just an empty fantasy.
My apologies.
I didn't mean for you to see me like that, but yes, this could be a fine place. The silence is peaceful, the wind gentle. It feels wholly apart from the nightmare of our world. I'm sure my son would love it too. He always loved to run with the wind in his face. Still something bothering you?
The truth is...
One thing holding me back. The sweet smell in the wind reminds me of a faraway hill. The hill where my hometown lies. We could go there first. I've never returned, not once. I can't imagine they'd be pleased to see me. The wind blows in my home sweeter than any I've known.
Let's go.
Just go and see. No, you're right. Can't let my floundering deprive my boy of his proper place. Walking this ground with you, I find myself determined to return home again. Feels like something I'd never realized alone.
He.
The aloof hermit.
Now. A new power.
I must come to
Assassin. And yeah, we're in pretty deep with Heisme for just rank 3. Thank you for putting up with my indecisiveness. Let's head to the village another day.
Homeward, then.
Dangers of nighttime infiltration. There are more people in Luis's Gauntlet Runner at night, so you need to sneak in during the day. Make sure to secure an infiltration route before the soiree.
Interesting.
Ooh.
I'm just incredulous.
Hey, listen.
I love it.
Mislike having to abide by Luis's schedule. The soiree cannot come soon enough. I suppose one can't win on an empty stomach. As long as we have time to eat and prepare, we should.
I love it.
Lonzo.
Hey, listen. Oh, hey.
Port cities at night definitely have their own atmosphere. Why don't we look around? If you ever need help, just ask. Just hanging out over there.
All right, then.
What else is going on in town?
Let's go.
Oh, it puts me in. That's fine.
Young man. Young man.
Now what am I to do?
How did I wind up here?
Stop!
Podium? We can debate. Eloquence and imagination. That's a pretty good bump. We can hang out with Alonzo other times. You're the one that offered the Sanctress. You may have briefly had the spotlight, but a child is nothing in the end. Pay me no mind. A debate, is it? Of course, of course. Welcome a fair discussion in the marketplace of ideas.
Do something for everyone.
My top priority is to ensure the livelihood of all the country's citizenry. Whatever you desire, I shall do everything possible to make it so. Keeping the old port maintained, no problem. Protecting the minority tribes from prejudice, of course I can do that. Discrimination will not be tolerated. Actually, the Clamar have worked hard to establish themselves, and I will ensure they will continue to enjoy key positions within my kingdom. Dude, that seems fair. There's something dodgy about him. You're really shady. Nah.
I will help anyone.
Everyone is deserving of help, regardless of tribe. How are we supposed to do that? You're nothing but a sham. Pretty sure they're saying the exact same thing in different ways. Will's rather wet behind the ears, but it makes me want to support him. If anyone's a swindler here, it's Jen. Damn it, Brad, at this rate, my whole life is on the chopping block. Yeah.
I knew it.
Went over a lot of people. Oh, 5,000. Solid.
All right.
Whoa, that's good.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Luis's.
Day of the soiree is approaching. Yeah, we got plenty of time, Stroll. Don't worry.
Let's make it happen.
I guess I'll have to keep an eye out for anyone we can debate, because that was a huge bump in stats.
It's really coming down.
Pardon?
Well met, eh? Wonderful.
Oi. All right, then. Let's go.
Take a peek. Because we definitely haven't had the chance for this often before.
Awful weather.
Oh. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. No, I'm doing all kinds of debates.
What business do you have with me?
Come to tear me down a peg, have you? It's a battle of words you want, I accept. Prefer to strike with more direct methods, but I'll spare you. For Count Luis's sake. Your little help anyone in need shtick is a farce. Can't believe anyone's falling for it. Make sure you pay tenfold.
Me.
When I take my place on the throne, I'll reform this rigid society into a true meritocracy. We truly live in a society. Are we sheep to accept such a world, or are we lions who will devour it? As king, I'll appoint only those who can demonstrate true strength, even those from inferior birth. Certainly abrasive, but he makes a good point. Haven't we heard all this before, though? Yeah, that's just what Luis is saying.
Hang on.
Your words are mere echoes of Luis. Do you have any original ideas? My words? You don't understand. Count Luis and I have simply come to the same conclusions. If that's the case, then I'd honestly rather support Lord Luis.
Damn it!
Of course, these fools wouldn't understand. Love the little fist bump.
I knew it! Works for me.
All right.
Gosh, yeah, that's so many points. That really caught it up. That seems like the best way to up the eloquence. Oh, we can out with you at night as well. Okay.
All right then.
Let's
Where to?
Let's turn in this quest before it actually runs out of time, because it is getting close. It'll be a shame for it to fail after we've already done all the work.
If you can, I'll be much obliged.
You're not serious.
Idiot.
Here you go, dude. Yeah, I did it myself.
What?
I've seen your face before you, the youth who helped restore order during the attack on the Grand Cathedral. I apologize for my behavior. Things I said, I can't even imagine what my wife would think if she heard me utter such discriminatory nonsense. Allow me to reminisce for a moment. My wife was a researcher for the King's employ. She had such wit. We would talk for hours, endlessly discussing the future. She was kind and noble. Frankly, I never deserved her, and this necklace was the object she treasured most.
Thank you very much indeed.
You have my deepest and most heartfelt thanks. I'm running low on funds, so this is the best I can do.
Mission accomplished.
Courage.
All right.
I shan't forget your kindness. Alright. Now we can go hang out.
Interesting. Greetings.
We'll just sit in the rain together. Oh. Without pouring of wisdom, I outlined my journey. Hey, I'm smart enough. I'm very keen to know more of these experiences.
Yes.
Also asked me to tell him about some of the things that happened on my journey.
I see.
Very intriguing. External force protects the candidates. For outsiders like myself, it's rather difficult to get a hold of accurate information pertaining to the royal magic in the tournament for the throne. Information is quite the weapon, you know. All the more reason meeting you has been such a boon.
Understand?
In fact, if you really wanted to take down the other candidates, the most effective method would be to investigate their families for info you can use. Quite effective against blackguards who hide their misdeeds, but outstandingly so against good, upstanding family folk. To threaten them?
But of course.
I know it's not in your nature, but not every weapon has a pointed end. Villain will always strike where it hurts most, like snakes. And those I associate are usually the most venomous. Speak of the devil.
Oi.
Hawk-eyed man. How's the client situation? We've 20 at present. No delays securing contracts. Arrangements have been made should they default on payment. You're not all talk. You know, my lord may have taken a shine to you, but let me make something clear. One false move and I promise I'll flay you myself. Understand, Cuculus?
Ridiculous.
He's an underling of a landowner I'm working with. Exceedingly cautious, as you might expect. And for some reason, he still doesn't trust me. Can't blame him. Said landowner is my true target. He's a foul one, trying to take advantage of the struggle for the throne to net a huge fortune. Ambitious sorts all over the country using the tournament to rise up in the world. This landowner is their lender, turning tidy profits. Actively fuck landlords, says Alonzo. Where he realizes he can't. That's an awful lot of money to disappear into the void.
What?
That's your aim?
Now then.
I'll spare you the details, but the man's money will end up in my coffers eventually. It's a curious thing. People are never more vulnerable to tricks than when they think they're playing one themselves. When all is said and done, it'll be his loss and my gain. And I do mean gain. Enough to buy a small village, really. It's an interesting plan. Maybe there's a future for you in this line of work yet.
Yes.
Don't worry. He has my confidence.
Listen.
That flunky you talked to earlier. He's snooping in the village.
Hey.
I gave him the slip before he saw me, but this is bad. If they find out how you're connected to the village.
No.
My hometown or not, no way they'll catch on to what I'm up to now. He'll turn up nothing, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
All the same, you should pack your things in case things go south. I'll bring you the money. That lackey of his. I hadn't expected him to move so quickly, even went as far as to dig up my roots. You okay?
You...
If push comes to shove, I may end up needing your help. Your muscle, that is.
I'm
trying to buy my hometown with the money I'm bilking from the landowner. He's the one who's bleeding my village dry to begin with. Got to make this piece of my deception succeed at all costs. It would save the whole poverty-stricken village. When are you free? How about coming to check on the village with me?
Leave it to me.
Thank you, truly.
Con artist with heart of gold. hometown's a small village. Nearby, in fact. If it were up to me, we'd head there straight away. Alas, I know you have a schedule of your own. Even so, I implore you, don't delay long.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Somehow,
Word is a great number of city soldiers have been injured. Run in with a human. Group that was attacked was compromised of mainly new recruits.
That reminds me.
Yeah, we're helping. We have a lot of requests, guys. We're going to work on them one at a time. We'll do what we can.
Did you know?
Day after tomorrow is Forgiveness Day. Stores throughout the city have the biggest sales of the year. Oh, I should get some money then. Should get some big money. I only have 15k. A lot of mag. Not a lot of reeve.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Mister?
Let's go hang out. We've got more pictures to give her.
Mister?
That's cool. Picture seems kind of sad. Does no one live in the town anymore? I see. There's really a place like that?
Thank you.
Thanks, mister. If I look at the pictures, I can stop feeling lonely because I think of your journey. And you can come back and look at them too. Is Mr. Nuris there? Can you help me make a sign?
Yeah.
He better.
Aha!
Present, you say? No cheap trinket either, but one that requires my assistance to create. You can help, right? Be the best. Came to you. Go at me intrigued. Piqued my interest, I must oblige. This design. I believe it's your work, isn't it, young miss? Thus inspired. Such lively line work, vibrant colors, a truly innovative schematic. Quite the budding artisan, are you not? The sign is sure to brighten up even the gloomiest avenues and grayest boulevards. I've got a fine cut of wood around here that was destined for this purpose. It should be crafted in a way that repels both rain and ravenous bugs alike.
Amazing.
I always love when your S-Link spawns, whatever, like, cross over a little bit. I think he'll do a good job.
Yeah.
Didn't ask before we started making it. I hope it isn't a bother. The sign's ready to astound the people of the city. Should be installed at the optimal angle, so I will need to handle that myself.
Let's go.
Now then.
Wow.
Nice. So sparkly. Astute observation, little miss. There's more to this work than good looks. She's built to last. I've outdone myself once again. As I'm sure you'll agree.
You know.
Look, Miss Fabienne, asked Mr. Nuris to make this. You said your last sign was too old. Do you like the one we made? She designed it. You did this for me?
Thank you.
Of course, I absolutely adore it.
Oh, good.
Truly a wonderful sign, and so well built too. Perfect for the inn to greet new guests. Look at all the smiling faces. If only he could see you now. He might even shed a tear.
Huh?
The sign is so bright my eyes are still adjusting. How about a feast on the house? Of course, to thank you for all this. Be quite rude to turn down a free drink.
Oh, good.
Mission complete.
Yeah.
Sign made sure Miss Fabienne is okay, right? Said she liked it, but she was crying. Do people cry when they're happy? You're right. Miss Fabienne was really happy, huh? Am I like Papa now? You did a great job.
Oh, yay. You know.
When you give me pictures of your journey, I'm always surprised. Never seen anywhere else except for this place and the sky. Your pictures always teach me about so many places on the outside. Makes me really happy and excited to look for them. I want everyone to have fun too. I want to give that feeling to a lot of people.
By the way.
So many people around here that are always crying or upset. Everyone's sad and troubled and lonely. Both grown-ups and kids.
I'll do my best.
But I'm okay now, so I want to make things okay for everyone else too. Rank 6.
I wonder if Papa is watching.
Is that a poster of us?
Maria!
Oh, we have so much to spend next time we want to rank up. You just need to get some actual XP.
I'm just incredulous.
Oh, Heisme is ready to hang out again. Will she just be available again at some point, or do I need to... Oh, I need more courage. Okay. I'm glad it just outright tells you that.
Apologies.
So we do need to rank up a bit more.
Ah, it's you.
Go to the village.
Yes.
Suppose we'll stop wasting time dithering and get myself ready. It's just to the east of Martira. The village is hidden, so I prefer a quiet and careful approach by carriage.
In days gone by,
Hasn't changed a bit. This is my hometown. Apologies for dragging you all the way.
Tadari.
It's me, Heisme. I've returned. I've something to discuss. I've known Tadari for a long time, you see. He's the leader of the village.
Just
Although I should warn you now, you'll not be welcomed here. You might feel some hostility in the air. I'm used to that.
I apologize.
Yes, the Elden experience, I suppose. Nonetheless, I do apologize. Heard you left the Royal Knights. It's good to see you again. Who is this? It's a traveling companion of mine. He's standing in the tournament for the throne.
Nice to meet you.
Is this why you've come back to the village?
No.
I've come to see the cemetery, trying to find a place for my son. Your boy's gone on ahead then. Passed away before I could bring him here. At the very least, I thought I might let him rest somewhere with a view of the village. He loved running with the wind in his face. Surely I thought he'd like the hill, but I know it's not something the villagers would easily accept.
Yes.
Sounds like a wonderful idea to me. But you know the cemetery is sacred to the village. I fear you may be right. I'm not certain how they'll respond. Would you allow me to take the urn?
Please. Here.
Used to train here when I was young. Look closely and see the tree riddled with claw marks. I know because it was my claws that left them. Brings back memories. Having shaken the trees, I'd get a swarm of bugs coming down on my head, and I'd go winging to Tatari about it. You were a cute kid once, huh? Having trouble imagining it? The villagers here, they watch us from the shadows. If you focus and listen, you'll hear them too. He didn't leave voluntarily. He was stripped of knighthood, wasn't he? And now he wants his child buried here? Boy wasn't even born here. Very welcoming.
Well...
Exactly within my expectations, then. If they decline, let's withdraw without fuss.
Heisman.
I've explained the situation to the younger villagers. Seemed nobody had any problems with giving your son a place here. Indeed. Thank you. The urn of bones. It's gone. Oh. Fallen night brings shame to the village. I hear a voice from somewhere. Tatari was just too afraid to refuse him.
Hey.
I can hear you. Sorry, Hazme. I can't excuse the villagers' behavior. The village hasn't changed a bit. Still rejecting outsiders, shutting themselves away. Maybe I should have expected this. I left this place behind, became an outcast. Maybe losing my son again is what I deserve. Still, you stood for me, spoke in anger on my behalf. That is my sole salvation.
My thanks.
Shall I search the village entire, no stone unturned? Doubtless the intrusion would only provoke further offense, but no time to waste. Sincerest apologies. Shall take responsibility and find the urn. There's unease in the village. For today, I think you best leave. That's beyond fucked up.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Who steals ashes? For any reason.
That means...
We still have 17 days.
Well met, eh?
All right, then.
Let's go. Young man.
Blast this heat.
Oh, you.
Stop!
Yeah, I want the bump. Get it while we can. Respect for lesser tribe. Frontal siege was beyond you, so you opted for an uncouth tactics of a rear assault. Your juvenile tricks will have no effect on someone as experienced as I.
Listen all to your next king!
What has the United Kingdom actually done for you? Forcing the tribes together has only spurred further skirmishes and tension. The throne and other key positions have been strangled by Clamar's nepotism. Time for the Resant to reclaim their pride. So that you can be the one that runs everything instead of them? We gotta be together.
Here's what I would do.
Can't let tribal differences define us.
How dare you!
Nothing but idealistic platitudes. You're too young to lead if you can't see that. That's right. How the hell could anyone make it so everyone helps each other? People are free to dream as they please, but I find the boy's dreams more appealing than Rudolph's.
Rude human trash!
Yeah.
I knew it!
A little more cash.
Now then.
Think that might be a rank up. Urbane. So, let's see. Tolerance and courage are the only things that aren't to 3 yet, and we need courage to 3.
Eloquence. Why, that's...
3. A voice. Oh. Alonzo. Rudolph. Kraus. Announced his candidacy to restore the formerly eminent house of Kraus in Montario. Critic of the annexation system pledges to establish a Resant military dictatorship. Sure, man. Julian. A candidate participating in a tournament, second son of a noble family and child prodigy, youngest to ever gain seat at the Mage Academy. Right as he made his breakthrough as the author of the innovative ideological book, The Future of Magic, and rose to fame, he expanded his platform as an animal rights advocate. His Gauntlet Runner, Arc to the Future 3.0, uses no animal-derived parts, though lacking power. Alright, I mean, that's cool.
Incredulous. I'm just...
Very.
Well, well.
You're here to listen to music too. Kind of puts the mind at ease. True, maybe because I've been so tense lately, but the music is really soothing. Didn't expect another fairy to see where I was coming from. The fairies around here have kind of lost the plot, so it's nice to meet one I can actually hold a conversation with. Really? Back at the Hidden Village, everyone seemed to get along. That's so. Well, you said you were tired, so I won't keep blabbing. The music is played a lot here. Come rest your weary soul anytime.
How grand.
I'm just... incredulous.
What do you want to do?
Wonderful.
All right. Stroll is only rank 3? Jeez, I thought I'd spent more time with him.
Greetings. And then...
Yeah, let's go.
Thank goodness.
Full disclosure, I've also invited my collaborator. You met her before. We grew up in the same village. We're inseparable as brothers.
Ridiculous.
The owner was kind enough to give us some space. My collaborator, that is my good friend from back home, should arrive any minute. He's late. You've come all this way, too. Come to think of it, I haven't really told you about where I grew up. It was a beautiful village, full of flowers. Not wealthy, but not destitute. Apparently, I've been abandoned on the nearby road as a baby. The woman who took me in is my mother in all but blood. She's Parapus, I'm Nydia. Couldn't look more different, but she raised me as I were one of her own. She never stopped smiling at me, always so proud to call me her son. It's very kind.
Yes.
She is so kind, it's astounding. Mother's a good person. She trusts far too readily, though. She has this uncanny ability to know when I'm the one lying. Anyway, she was an easy mark for fraudsters. I can't tell you how many times an expertly told sob story was all it took to rob her of everything she had. In fact, my only memories of her without a smile are the times she would apologize to me for having nothing to eat again. So I started conning, you know. Decided I'd give any miscreant scum who'd taken advantage of such kindness a taste of their own hell. Each and every one. The latest mark is the worst villain of all, the landowner of my hometown. He changed my idyllic village into what it is today.
Sorry.
It's more than I meant to say.
It'll be fine.
Thank
I'll help the village. Been blessed with a silver tongue since I was born. I can fool anyone except my mother. You know, you're a bit like her too, strangely enough. I've forgotten what a nice feeling it is. Being able to have a genuine conversation with someone. Thank you for listening.
I find myself wanting to believe you.
More inheritance. Cuculus here.
Well, well, well.
Welcome, good sir. Have you come to check on the clients? Drop the act, Cuculus. Should I say Alonzo?
Good grief.
You're from that village of paupers, aren't you? You fancy yourself some sort of hero? A cheat is still a cheat. We're the same, you and I, except you're more of a fool if you think you'll ever get justice. You have money that belongs to the village, and I would see it all returned. Is that not justice? Perhaps you'll change your tune after seeing the sorry state of your village. Your associate, the one you meant to meet, it took some doing, but we managed to squeeze a few details out of him about your family. As you were mentioning last time. Simply killing her wouldn't teach you any lessons, nor any fun.
What did you do?
What a the evil is insane evil with these people. Distraught Alonzo and I rushed by carriage to his hometown. It's been set ablaze. Man asked if Alonzo's mother was here.
I'm sorry.
I told him that's me. You're my only son.
Please. My Alonzo. Live on.
Mother.
Can you hear me?
Mother.
I thought he wasn't going to kill him. The landowner's servant told us it was you. You were chumming up to the landowner to suck this village dry. Now you've put us to the torch! What the hell did we ever do to you? I can pay for reconstruction. I have the money.
How dreadful.
Traded your mother's life for that money.
This damned
Keep your damn blood money. Please take the money. Use it for the village and to bury her. You should have died instead. The villain always strikes where it hurts most. The family and home. I should have known. I said the damn words myself. People are never more vulnerable to tricks when they're playing one of themselves. Was I blinded by revenge? I was simply, unequivocally a fool. Oof.
Why?
Don't wish that upon me. I've been feeding on my mother's life this whole time. The parasite I am.
I'm sorry.
Never had the power to change a single thing. Alonso refused to move, or even stand. After ensuring his safety, I had no choice but to leave his side.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Speaking of...
These bonds are intense. Like, out the gate.
Whoa.
That's a lot.
Hey, listen!
That's after Heisme had his child's ashes stolen. Oh, pardon. Oh my gosh. Forgiveness Day, a single day of the year where all commercial transactions are exempt from taxes in the kingdom. On this day from dawn till dusk, everything bought or sold is untaxed. Naturally, the markets are teeming with people drawn by the tempting discounts. Day dates back to an incident in Oceania nearly 200 years prior. People were unable to afford to pay autumn taxes due to crop failure caused by long rains. The king, who loved sailing but was unable to that year due to the rain, was too downcast to bother calculating the taxes. He gave an official proclamation that postponed tax collection until winter, stopped all autumn tax collection by giving the nobles who had lost their income his money that was to be used for boating. Oceania soon recovered through the king's wise judgment, and the event took on a certain cultural fame in the years that followed. Later kings took advantage of the well-remembered ruling and permitted the holiday, known as Forgiveness Day. To celebrate the event, the custom continues. That's nice. The Night Prowler. Basilio Magnus, high-ranking member of Luis's faction, one of his closest aides, trusts his older brother Fidelio absolutely, the brawn half of the Magnus brother partnership. He's known as nearly unstoppable bruiser on the battlefield when paired with his brother. Fidelio, he and his younger brother Basilio, known as the Brothers, highly respected by lesser members of the faction. Been a trusted aide of Luis's since Luis's time in the army, long before the incident at the royal funeral. His being Parapus in a high-ranking position naturally attracts criticism, but he's largely silenced those critics for his many military achievements. The Prince of Montario, elderling rogue man, who is Prince of the Principality of Montario, eastern country that is part of the 3 United Kingdoms, one of the 5 members of the Senate, rushed to Grentrad following the sudden death of the king. Has been the center of sancticism since annexation, and the ruling family, that is, once royal family of Montario, has been devout sanctus for generations. Perhaps due to the royal family of Montario's close ties with Forden's family, that Forden was able to ascend to the highest position in sanctism despite being a rogue. Prince of Oceania. Nothing much to say there. The State Army General. For the king's decks, the highest rank one could attain in the royal army was general. King then served as the military leader, uniting all the generals. With the king's seat vacant, the Senate needed an interim representative for the army's interest. The provisional rank of a high general was created, so these responsibilities could be temporarily assumed by someone other than king. Appointed this man to this position. Igniter Consortium head. They represent the Igniter Consortium, organization which oversees all things igniters in the kingdom. Though said to be in Ishkia, their striking unusual appearance, including a magic igniter as an artificial right eye, makes it difficult to confirm by sight alone. Despite its name, the Igniter Consortium isn't actually an independent entity, more like a shell company through which the Crown Theocracy extends its reach. It was they who arranged the Consortium's monopoly in the first place. Yeah, so we have the prince, the leader of the military, and company. Manages igniter production, regulation, and military outfitting, as well as collection via accumulators. His true self. Yes. Rella, Cygnus, young Ishkir woman, and magic healer, affiliated with the Crown Theocracy. Mastery of healing magic is beyond her years, many calling her the best in the kingdom. Even brought before the king to heal the prince, despite being no more than 12 years old. Healing magic requires delicacy, making it difficult to wield through magic igniters. Thus, magic healers often move in wealthy circles throughout the kingdom. Despite her great abilities, Rilla has long served as a healer for the common people in the capital. Her devotion to the public without regard for wealth or fame has led to many to respect her, referring to her as Saint. Jin dulls. Like other Nydia, is skilled in flattery, leading to his companion platform to change depending on where he goes and who he needs to please at the moment. He knows everyone he encounters can't all be in the same place at once, believes things will be fine as long as he's not found out before he wins. Gauntlet Runner, the King's Starlight, is decorated with grinning self-portraits, which people whisper is in poor taste. Annex War. Its use of intermittent conflict started the latter half of the 6th century of the Uchronian calendar, fought between the countries of Uchronia, Oceania, and Montario until unification. And the Chargrius. Luis's Gauntlet Runner. Oh, the big sale day is today, but I'm also pretty broke. So, yeah. Let's hang out with you.
I can't believe it.
Hey! We help anyone in trouble. It's us! Someone out there must be rooting for us. Don't know who made it, but it's pretty great.
I can't believe it.
It's you. I shouldn't pry. I know you're got some urgent business or other. Have you a moment? A matter I'd like to discuss.
Thank you.
What's your deal besides helping you run this place now?
The truth is,
Wanted to consult with you on this blether about picking a new ruler for the town. Of course, ruler isn't quite the word. Wouldn't own land like a lord, but it's an important position. We're establishing a town governor, which is distinct from a lord. We think it's all what's best. For the most part, the townspeople agree on self-governance, as there's quite a lot of distrust in power after Lady Johanna. It might seem like the townspeople are turning to extreme courses of action, but the new lord did allow us our self-government. It's well and good, but here's the rub. I think a fellow best suited position is one clergyman. He's a fine man, he likes the idea, but darn it all, now everyone's clamoring for me to be governor.
Wow.
You are popular.
nay.
pleased to hear it, but just because I'm a captain of the guard.
Still, though.
Put on a pedestal as some noble knight who put everything to right. It's Dretch. I'm no hero. It's all thanks to the lot of you. But I could say that all night and day. They still want me as governor. Everyone wants to feel safe. They want to know there's someone nearby to rely on. I sympathize with it, but I'm no ruler.
Got to say,
Do I have what it takes to lead them? Everything is a challenge. Everything worth doing is a challenge.
Wait, what? True.
Do you remember hearing the closer you get to breaking point, the greater you become? If that's true, we can't become better men without a challenge, can we? Thank you, friend. Talking with you has helped me come to a decision. I'll represent the townspeople. I'll become governor and restore the whole place. Not sure if I'm the man for the job, but I'll give it everything I've got for the good of the town. Considering my lack of experience, I'm grateful if you keep advising me.
Don't worry your head.
May not have the skills you do, but will serve faithfully so that I can be a true hero. He's just a good guy.
I'll do anything for this town I adore.
Barden, you finally decide what you're gonna do. I know you care deeply, but we're sick of waiting. Don't make me decide if I need to lead you. We can all rest easy with you in charge. The same worms have been a right pain, but you seem like a take charge kind of man.
You worry.
Same war attack would devastate Martira. I'll work up some countermeasures. Go ahead and remove childcare from your job skills, will ya? They hated it when you chased them around during hide and seek. We ones were bawling and screaming something awful. They still cry from the memory of it. But that's how you play hunter and prey. If they screamed, it was just proof you're playing it right. Anyway, I swear to you, I'm determined to protect this town. Thanks for your time. See, no one to hang out with tonight.
All right, then. Let's go.
Whoop.
Pardon?
Who's hanging out down here?
Now what am I
Oh, God, you. Yeah, let's debate.
It's you.
You're the elder who offered up the Sanctress on a platter. I've heard you've been parading around, trying to be a people pleaser. Where's the beauty in that? Shall let you join my retinue.
Just imagine it.
I can't. Even the mightiest soldiers and politicians bow in presence of true beauty. Shouldn't it follow the most beautiful should be displayed on the throne?
Such an exquisite world.
And of course that's you. I shall expel all that is unattractive and repugnant, create a radiant nation of only beautiful things. What's this bloody narcissist on about? Like, come on. Come on. It's so extreme.
No.
Speak only of the most superficial kind of beauty. True beauty within all people. You dare question my the little eye twitch. The understanding of beauty. Though I must admit I saw something in you, despite your utterly mundane aesthetics. Is it just me, or is Milo less handsome when he panics? Hero kings don't become legends because of looks. Yeah.
I knew it! Works for me.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Eloquence is rocketing up from doing these. $41.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
We ought to proceed with caution.
Okay, we've hung out with everyone we can hang out with, so we pretty much just have the quests to go do now.
Wonderful.
All right, then. Let's go.
How many days do we have left? He's got 15 days. It's only been 5 days. It feels like so much, though.
Everyone is here.
So
Now then.
we want to go to the village to buy the stuff we need to buy. And then
Danger here.
the Tomb of Lament, the forest, and then back down to the town and do a big loop.
You seem interested, lad.
There is much to see.
I think we have a favor to do there.
So I wanted a tool for cleaning teeth.
It's your call.
Hold on.
We could fulfill a request.
You seem interested, lad.
Yeah, but... It's your call. Which way
Let's
should
go.
we go?
When multiple routes are available, you could choose one. Either way is 2 days. I want to go through the town first, and then we'll loop over.
Let's move out.
What to pick?
The truth is...
I must tell the captain. Cool, we can hang out on the way there. Oh, wow, everyone's ready. Okay, they were waiting so we could get back on the runner. We had to be on the road.
All right, then.
Everyone's up top. Um, 3, 4, 4. Let's hang out with Hulkenberg. It's been a minute. I mean, it's definitely low quality models on the trees, but it's still cool.
Ah, it is you. Sorry. If so,
My family found prominence through means beyond the wealth we lacked. Scholarship mostly, some having developed a taste for politics. I was the outlier. My single-minded pursuit of martial arts put me quite outside their sphere. Considering my temperament, they had no idea what to do with me. My family offered me no meaning worth pursuing, so I volunteered for the Guard. I thought that in the military I could blaze my own trail on strength alone. Such ordeals were meaningless to House Hulkenberg. Before I had the chance to prove my abilities, they had already made arrangements to assign me to the Knights, ensuring I would not disgrace the family name.
but
I was fortunate enough to meet Radanth in the course of my training. He was born into a storied rogue household. but his house dissolved. He joined the military after its decline. We were alike in that way, seeking to rise by our own individual efforts, regardless of background. What changed him?
The truth is,
After our training concluded, Rodanth was openly being considered for an appointment to the Prince's Royal Guard. However, instead, it was I, still tender in years, who was selected. Rodanth lacked for nothing as a knight. He and I were equals in all things, save that my family had put the right words in the right ears. He was denied appointment to the Royal Guard and instead sent to the front lines, alongside common footmen of the State Army. I'm sure he was frustrated. He made a name for himself and returned to the Order. But to see him rise to the rank of commander in such short time... You respect that?
no.
Rodanth's current behavior does not befit a knight commander, and hardly bears saying we cannot allow such abuse of power. Even if I'm partly responsible for his attachment to power, nay, indeed, 'twould be all the more reason to intervene. I can't help but wonder whether it's even my place to judge him. Even as I sought to carve my own path, my knighthood only came at my family's behest. And after failing to protect my charge, I left the capital. All these lofty words, what weight do they bear from one such as I, knight errant and erred, failed in her solemn duty? You're still a knight.
That's wrong.
No knight worth the pride of the Order. Once upon a time, I thought myself righteous, respected Order, brought many criminals to justice, saw many a punishment meted out.
Alas.
Yet looking back, I know it was a matter of convenience, way to disguise the weakling I was. My knightly standing replacement for the family I forsaken. Of course, in my time as a knight, I failed to protect the prince, abandoned my post to seek him out, with no more honor than a thief in the night. I fled my family, fled my knighthood. Rodanth sees this in me, clarion clear. Who am I to claim any chivalry over him?
So then...
You'll just stay silent and overlook this? I was simply afraid. Afraid to face him and afraid of facing who I once was. Yeah, we're all together now.
You know,
It's the way of broken sword, I suppose. Brute force will avail to nothing. But still.
I see.
That sword. Perhaps I lost sight of something very important. You've always been there to remind me. I'm truly indebted to you. Know that you have my sincerest thanks.
It is finally time I settled this.
While in reserve... Oh. Combative experience Hulkenberg gains increases. But we don't even have reserve at this point. We still only have 4 party members. I assume we'll be getting another one soon then.
It's coming our way!
Okay.
Hey, would you mind not just barging in on us?
Oh, this is fine. Thanks, Norris.
Oh, power of kings! I leave it to you.
Come forth, royal soul! Maybe we'll do this together! By this power!
You hit their weakness!
Damn!
That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, they're only level 10.
No holding
Jeez.
back. I'll cut you down.
Oh my god, Strolled. Chill out.
More enemies! Brace yourselves! Four left!
You think yourself
Don't let
equal
up.
to a U-Chief's agility?
Solve this. Let's blow them away!
A favor, if I may.
That's nuts. Dealt with.
They surely underestimated us.
Not bad, if I say so myself. Nice. I feel stronger already.
The village of Inundo, a small settlement located north of Brilhaven, lies ahead. The industry that once thrived here fell into decline, and now the able-bodied youth dream instead of leaving home. A small population of mostly children and elders remain, and visitors are scarce. The Gauntlet Runner slows to a stop.
Giving it some thought?
Yeah, we want to buy the toothbrush or whatever that guy wants. Man,
just a moment.
These are all so pretty. All the villages here are like this. Those able to work have gone elsewhere. Remaining residents live in fear of the monsters. For food that's not overly interesting.
That reminds me.
Yeah, we're buying the toothbrush. Bath bomb. Endurance by 2. Mellow milk. Toothbrush. Oh, it's only 500? Yep. Bundle of thin hair stuck to the end of a small stick. Used to brush one's teeth.
All right.
Let's continue.
As the sky turns the same muddy color as the land below, the Gauntlet Runner arrives in a quiet land. However, confidence would be ill-advised. Listen carefully for footfalls in the mud, and move at the break of dawn.
All right, then.
Oh, are we camping inside because of the rain? Inundo. Only remaining lifeline of the village is specialty goods created by the elderly left behind.
All right, then.
We can hang out with you guys. That works.
Ah, it's you.
Yeah, let's
Yes.
talk. What happened back in my hometown? You should know it wasn't Tadari's fault, even if he's the leader. Villagers have always ostracized others. Even when I was there, not the leader's fault. Is that where you left?
Yes.
There was an incident. One final push I couldn't take.
No?
Most of the tribes hold little love for the Yugiv. But in my youth, we lived near 2 settlements of mixed peoples. Traded, traveled, relationships were good. Till one day, conflict arose between the 2 settlements themselves. They began to feud. Both sides asked that our village side with them over the other. They wanted a decision from us. We were asked to choose who was friend and who foe. Yet the village put off the decision, took no sides, sought to appease both settlements. While we stayed the course of hesitancy, their dispute was resolved.
Hold on.
What happened?
And then...
The village lost the trust of both sides, and they cut off all their trade. We were suddenly left impoverished. They called us Yugif inscrutable, unknowable, and prejudice escalated, even led to violence. The village tried to justify the predicament by saying there was nothing they could have done. They took no action to escape poverty and isolation beyond their bitter limitations. More than anything else, that disgusted me beyond words. I abandoned the village and ventured out to become a knight. But Tadari remained to take a stand. While I simply ran away, he took the role of leadership, determined to bring an honorable change to the village. Yours was honorable too. I, who did nothing but run away. There's a world of difference between me and Tadari. Yet, as we've seen, the village is still a long way from the change he strove for. Villagers are rigid in mindset. They hope to maintain little control they have by excluding and blaming strangers. All the backbiting, theft of the urn, all born of this clinging to separation. Xenophobic nest. It's kind of rough. It's a fair enough assessment in some ways. They've entrapped themselves, but you know, when I returned there, a thought struck me. I suddenly knew I would like to let my son sleep on that hill where the sweet wind blow, that they may run free where he cannot. And yet, perhaps the reason I'm so attached to my village is because I'm the same as them at heart. It was my indecisiveness that cost me my son, and knighthood besides. Burial is no different. I think I waxed on about it being time to face his death. An excuse, nothing more. Excuse to run from yet another decision.
No.
Can't be condemned for that. Now my son is the one paying for my wretched hesitance. See what has become of him. We need more than despair.
No.
I refuse to let it end here.
Right.
If hesitation's in my nature, then so too do I hesitate to let go. Perhaps this is simply who I am. I have a confession to make. When the urn was stolen, somewhere in the back of my mind, I felt relief. Because I'd have not to see it anymore, no longer be reminded of it. I don't want to think of it, I don't want to face it. How could I when every reminder shatters me? That's why I've put off the burial, longer and ever longer. But I must change. I would show my boy and my father worth his love, not shame. And so too would I prove this to you, who placed your trust in me. Five, jeez. I feel like we've blown through his just tonight. While in reserve, gain experience.
I'm sorry.
Soon depart for the village to look for my son's remains. Of course I'm coming with you.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
What to pick?
Got Stroll too. And then we'll be at the dungeon, which will probably be a good stopping point. We didn't do too much dungeoning tonight for a 4-hour session. Where is Stroll? It makes sense that your party members rank up on the road, because what else are you going to do on the road?
Hey. Oh, right.
You free? Yeah, let's hang out.
I'm sorry.
I know I need to be better about keeping my emotions in check.
Right.
Remember what we heard about my inheritance? That there may be a clue as to its whereabouts in my hometown? You can save your people.
No.
Yes, Ring Goose and the others. And yet I'd rather use it to rebuild my house. To be the lord of a prosperous house. The natural ambition of all who are born into nobility. Forging aristocratic alliances, courting favor from royals and nobles, marrying some wealthy lord's daughter, and heirs. If I had a daughter, her hand would be promised to another family at birth. Son would follow suit in my courtly endeavors. Well, that couldn't feel more foreign to me in this life.
Hey.
It's yours to choose.
Yeah.
All I know is that my parents sheltered me while they dutifully fulfilled their roles. My turn to take up the mantle. imagined it would come to this. Makes me regret how I treated them. Last image they had of me was that of an ignorant child, spoiled all his life by a cadre of servants. The house, its name, both are cornerstones in Halia, but that means nothing to the people suffering, cast out by the fire. I put the house first. In spite of that, I'm no different than Lord Hydron. What is my course? Lack of clear answer clouds my thoughts of late. There's a ray of light between those clouds, thanks to you. Let's look into it. You join me. Does your generosity know no bounds? Pay me back. I want to see.
You're a kind one.
Didn't expect such kindness, though. Since you're coming along, shall we agree to head there next time we meet?
I'm relieved in knowing that I'm not alone.
Ooh, that's good. Really should be the one helping you, yet it's quite the opposite time and time again. $50,000.
I say, we could stop for a break.
The Gauntlet Runner arrives at a spectacular waterfall northwest of Brylehaven, the Peregrine Falls. The water cascading down from the river between the canyons is among the kingdom's finest vistas, thanks in part to the monuments carved into rocky cliffs. Is the rumbling echo simply the water plummeting into the basin below? Or the roar of the Mage King?
Mage King? Again, these, like, scenes are so beautiful.
This?
They're often just using, like, paintings. But they're done so well. So we found ourselves within the most peculiar of places. Something is just barely visible beyond the waterfall's veil. They look like faces, but why would anyone go through all the trouble of carving behind the waterfall? Aren't their expressions kind of scary? They are intimidating. It must be difficult to carve in a place like this. Whose face could that be? Perhaps a likeness to the old hero kings. I believe legend involving the Mage King is set here. I'm not questioning if this was all done by the Mage King's magic. They say he mastered immensely powerful forces used to protect his people. Cannot help but think, what would drive someone to go to such great lengths, though? A warning? You may be right. For all his power, the Mage King suffered great misfortune throughout his final years. Perhaps this serves as a warning for those who would follow him. Power closes as many doors as it opens, regardless of intent. It's kind of sad when you think about it. When you put it that way, it almost feels like the roar of the waterfall is meant to represent his cries of anguish.
Yes.
Yes, if that is indeed true, we must honor those sentiments by etching this place within our memory.
All right.
Still need more tolerance and courage.
Hello.
Thanks, Neres.
Their destination is the Tomb of Lament, found north of Oceania. Interred beneath the earth here.
Yeah, I think the only dungeon we did was that one in the catacombs where we had the only like actual fight was the boss at the end.
Disfiguring a somber burial ground into a mass grave for criminals and the kinless. The vindictive spirits conjure restless monsters. And it is here that the Gauntlet Runner comes to an uneasy halt.
Now then.
It's the tomb we've been looking for. We defeat the monster and get the Chalice of Legend. They say there's a ghost, but do you think that's it? It's likely that people have simply mistaken the true nature of this
Well.
monstrosity. Well, we just gotta go look.
Also,
My thanks.
Oh shit, there's another relic?
so hey,
Yeah, one of the relics Norris is looking for. Of course, I'm not gonna miss any chests regardless of if you tell me that or not. Let's do a quick
where
trip
was
to
I?
Moore before we wrap up. But I'm gonna wrap up here before we go into the dungeon.
So, you've acquired a new archetype.
Can't go a session without petting Plateau.
Welcome.
Yeah, because we got Commander. Yeah, Pugilist is available. That's
That
fucking
is-
cool. I can't even look at it, can I? There we go. That's sick. Surprise upset. Strong enemies are stunned more easily. Medium strike damage proportional to remaining HP. Increase critical hit. Increase critical hit. Increase attack by 20%. Wait, enemies cannot critically hit wheel. You just can't be crit? That's kind of nuts. God, why Heismays are the coolest? His designs are just the best. His color palette's so good. Let's see. We're also working towards Wizard. If we can get like one more level on Mage. Finishing this dungeon will rank up Nurus so we can get up to the next level of Gunner. So Gunner needs to go up a bunch. Have to finish hers. This was Faker. We have to finish Alonzo in order to rank up Faker. We have to get more to 7. Maria's almost finished. We are going to be able to max out the healer line. Oh, that's the... Oh, no, there's one more. Cool. Rank 7 for Stroll. Rank 7 on Hulkenberg. Okay.
I see. Fascinating. This right here.
Yeah, give her Brawler.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Something a little different for her. Get some attack.
I see. A new means of protection.
Inherit. On my own. We have so much to spend. I could get some like really good stuff. Raise MP. Cover HP every turn.
This should do it.
Let's see, a healer can take another one now.
I've been saving this. This could work. I've been saving this.
Just so you can hit weaknesses.
All right.
Yeah, I'll take
Right.
that.
Let's do this.
Slash boost. And
Time to
heat
get
up.
serious.
So slash attacks up by 20% and all physical attacks up by 10. I assume that stacks, so that's an extra 30%. Doesn't say it doesn't stack.
This calls for greater measures.
All right.
Perhaps this? This calls for greater measures.
Cool. Cool.
All right.
Let's do this.
Think I am all good.
Oh, you'll come again.
Let's save.
What now?
We are a solid 28 hours in. We've really moved along on some of these bonds. A lot of them in the back half. Or at least around halfway. God, yeah, I didn't realize Moore is already rank 5. Cool. And we have a lot of quests left to do.
What now?
Next time we will pick up there, and we'll have a lot of dungeon doing, unlike this time. Since we'll have both that side dungeon and the other one. And I guess whenever we're done with that stuff, we could do the main one too. We're still got a lot of game to go. We're solid, like, what, third through? Why did the Microsoft AI just open? Get out of here. Can I cancel that? Where'd that come from? Was there a Windows update that installed that? Get out of here. But yeah, no, I'm still very much enjoying this game a lot. It's really, 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 really good. Let me see. We'll wrap it up here for tonight, though. I am going back onto the N64 stuff Sunday. We'll be off tomorrow. And then we'll play some more Metaphor during the week. I know Mario and Luigi comes out next weekend, so we'll probably start that up as well. And we'll, like, flip-flop between some Metaphor and Mario for a bit. I don't have any other big plans, as well as trying to keep a regular once-a-week N64 deal. Get back into rolling through those, because it's been a minute. It's been a minute. We'll see what we can get by the end of the year. We're close to hitting game 100. And we have some short stuff coming up, so we'll blow through those. Hold on. Before I... You say goodnight, Mr. Smith? It's time to go to bed for you. Oh, he is so sleepy. Look at this. Look at this sleepy man. He's like, why did you move me? Oh. Boy, I think that picked up. You're stinky. I'll take you to bed. I'm going to take you to bed right now. I just wanted you to say goodnight if you could. You're the sweetest little man. Yeah, he's big sleepy. He's big sleepy. It's all he wants out of life. Eat and sleep. And you know what? That's valid. He's so sweet, though. You yawn so big and his big rubs. I'm glad you're being, I guess, social would be the best word. I'm so happy that he's actually coming in. I always try to leave the door cracked for him. But he just, for so long, would just not come in this office. I'm so glad he's coming in now. You need to be a part of this, okay? All right? Anyway, wrap it up here for tonight. He is ready for me to take him to bed. He doesn't want to look at anything anymore. Appreciate you guys tuning in, as always. And I will see you next time for some N64 stuff. Thanks again, and good night. That went surprisingly well. Ashley!
You okay?
If I, what do you mean? His name's Jumpman. He just jumped. I'm getting the hang of this now. I'm figuring it out. I think this is my last life in totality. Kidding me. Ah! What happens? All right, are you happy over here? Is this where you want to be? No, not like this. No! Stop healing. Let's go! Yes! Ugh. Holy shit.